November 9th, 1982. This is Joe Todd. Interview with Beulah, Dean, and Lloyd Maxwell, brother and sister. Mrs. Dean?
Yes,
What year were you born?
1894.
Where were you born?
Where? Lincoln County, near, it's on Main Street between Wilzetta and Payson.
What was the name of the town?
I was born in the country. I said Main Street, but it was the section line between two little towns.
What were the names of the towns?
Payson, one, and Wilzetta.
Dr. Maxwell, where were you born?
Kansas,
Kansas. What part of Kansas?
Elmdale, Chase County.
When did you come to Oklahoma?
1893,
How'd you come?
on the train to Guthrie,
To Guthrie.
from Elmdale to Guthrie.
You remember the train trip?
How's it?
Do you remember the trip?
I remember the trip, but not very well.
Do you have any? What do you remember of it?
I remember that my mother and father and three children, Mabel, an older sister, and myself and Carl and Clark, were on the train, and we traveled in the daytime. I remember that my father, the news butch came by and he was selling apples. He got almost down to the end of the train before my father realized that he was gone, and he called him back. We bought a quarter's worth of apples and ate them. And that's quite an extravagance to spend a quarter for apples in those days.
How many apples did you get for a quarter?
I don't know how many we got, but I know we ate all of them.
What was your impression of the train when you first got on?
I don't remember it at all. I just remember vaguely the trip. I was 6.5 years old.
Mm-hmm. And you say you came to Guthrie?
Into Guthrie.
And did you stay in Guthrie for a while?
I stayed there one night.
Do you remember Guthrie?
Well, I remember being there, but I don't remember what Guthrie looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Probably I didn't see much of it. I suspect we stayed in a camp. I don't know what kind of a place we stayed or where we slept.
And what year was that?
That was 1893.
Mm-hmm. And what year were you born?
1886.
In what month?
October.
October.
October 19, 1886.
Then from Guthrie you went out to the farm?
Went out to the farm. It took 2 days to go. I remember very well that John Beulah was there to meet us. John Beulah was a man that my father had met down here when he came down in the winter to get the place and get things fixed up. He came down on horseback in winter, and our farm was in a contest. There were two men claimed it, and each one was claiming the place, and they were fighting each other. And my father bought them both off. He paid $300 to each one of them, and got complete right to the 160 acres of land.
So your father was not in the land run then?
No, he wasn't in the land run, but he bought that place that had been in these two men who they bought it from had been in the run, and they both got there and claimed it at the same time. So each one of them wanted it.
And that's the farm in Lincoln County?
That's the farm in Lincoln County.
That's where you were born, right, Mrs. Dean? Yeah. Okay.
And a few years later, President Theodore Roosevelt gave us certificate of ownership of that place. I still have that, signed by President Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt.
Do you remember the Spanish-American War?
Yes.
What?
I remember when it was fought. I don't remember any details about it, but I heard about it.
Did you ever see any troops training here for it to go off to fight in this area in Oklahoma? But you know, Theodore Roosevelt had the Rough Riders.
I know he did. I know he was the Rough Riders. But I don't remember anything in detail about it.
What did you do at the celebration of the turn of the century, January 1st, 1900?
You don't mean January 1st?
Or December 31st, 1899 to 1900. Was there a big celebration?
Well, there's a big celebration in 1907 in statehood.
Yeah, that was statehood.
Statehood.
Okay, what did you do on statehood day?
I was teaching school at that time, and I took a day off, and my father and I rode horses from our farm up to Chandler, 16 miles, to hear William Jennings Bryan speak. And he spoke in the courthouse there, and everybody in the county, I guess, was present. We just had the whole place was jammed full of people. And William Jennings Bryan, who'd been candidate for president 3 times, was the speaker.
What did he speak on?
I don't know. I don't remember that. I remember that we heard his speech. I don't remember anything he said, but I'm sure it was a campaign speech. He was running for the presidency at that time.
Were there any big parties or celebrations in Chandler for Statehood Day?
I don't know. I don't remember any.
Yeah, but everybody came out to hear Mr. Bryan talk.
Everybody came to hear Bryan talk, yes.
Do you remember Statehood Day, Mrs. Dean?
Just so vaguely, I don't remember anything about it. I remember that there was a statehood day and that everybody knew about it and everybody was interested in it, and that's just about all I do remember.
Were your parents farmers?
Yes.
What'd you farm?
You say where?
Yeah, what? What kind of crops did you raise?
Cotton was the main crop. That was the cotton country. But, of course, it was all just prairie when we got there. And that first year, my father broke up the sod for about 20 acres. And we planted cane and kaffir corn and melons, watermelons, and cotton. I think we had 1 bale of cotton that first year.
Did you help your father break the sod?
Well, I was too young. I was 6 years old.
Do you remember the sod plow?
I remember the sod plow.
What makes it different from a regular plow?
Well, it had, instead of having a moldboard, it had just rods. Two or three rods running back in the same direction a moldboard would run. But it wasn't a solid piece like an ordinary plow.
And what did these do? Well, what did these bars do?
Well, I just turned the sod over.
Just turned it upside down?
Upside down.
Because this was...
There's a cutter on one side of it, so it cut a straight ridge, straight edge on one side and turned the sod right over in the furrow.
Because this was virgin land.
Yes, it
never been broken.
Never had been broken.
How thick was the sod?
About 4 inches. The furrow was about 4 inches deep.
Did you have horses or oxen to break the sod?
Horses.
And
Mules.
And he broke about 20 acres?
Yeah.
I suppose you two had to chop cotton, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Tell me about chopping cotton.
It's work.
Well,
you have to measure off with your eye where you want to leave the stalks. You leave one stalk here. Now, if we're going down the road this way, we leave a stalk here and then cut out till we get to the next stalk where it should be left.
Did you just thin the cotton out then? Did you?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the distance between the stalks?
Oh, we left about that way, didn't we?
I think so. We had those cotton hoes. The hoe was about that wide.
About a foot wide, you say?
Not a foot, about 10 inches. About 10 inches wide. And we'd chop through, get the crabgrass out. They'd sow the cotton so it's just thick in the row. And then the crabgrass would come up as fast as the cotton came up. And we'd cut through there to get the crabgrass out and leave a stalk of cotton at each edge of the hoe.
So that's how you thin the cotton out. Did you just chop between you just took the width of the blade and that's how you thin the cotton?
Yes.
How long were your rows?
Well,
The full length of the field.
yes, the full length of the field. And we had one field that was 80 yards long.
That's a lot of cotton.
Now, where was that one?
Right west of the meadow.
West of the meadow, the 16 acres? Isn't that what Daddy told me?
16 acre, I thought it's 16 acre place, just west of the meadow. We left about 6 or 8 acres right in the center of the farm for a meadow to get hay.
Picking cotton. What are your recollections of picking cotton?
Backache. Oh, it's work. Well, I wore knee pads too. We called them knee pads, and Mother would make them out of the legs of the old denim trousers that were worn out. That was the best thing you could have, or cotton sacking. And some of them had layers, or several layers of the cloth in, or if we didn't have that, sometimes we'd put the cotton batting in it, but that wasn't so good because it slipped around. Wouldn't wear so well.
How big is a cotton sack?
How long?
Yeah, just how big is a sack?
Well, it wasn't at the width of the cotton sacking, we called it, the cloth.
I suppose it's about 20 inches, as I remember.
20 inches?
Something like that.
Well, I was thinking we doubled one piece, but maybe not.
Maybe we doubled it over. It may have been a piece if we doubled over. Anyhow, it was about 20 inches wide when it was finished. And it was about 6 or 7 feet long.
Seems to me it was at least that wide, wasn't it?
At least about 20 inches.
It had to go between the rows of cotton easily. See, we had to pull it up between the rows of cotton.
Had a loop on it to hook over the shoulder.
Oh, you carry it on your shoulder then?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we carry it on, loop it over the right shoulder, have this arm through it.
I put it over the left shoulder and used my right arm. You were left-handed.
You know, I was left-handed and I was right-handed. I was right-handed with using a pocket knife or a table fork or anything of that kind. But for an axe or a hoe or a ball bat, I'm left-handed.
Ambidextrous. Who could pick the most cotton?
Well, now he went away to high school when we were having the best cotton. And he just wasn't there. Now I picked up
306
was it 306?
in one
On
day.
my birthday, wasn't it? I don't know. It's
I
close to
didn't know
my
what
birthday.
day. I wasn't there.
306 pounds?
306 pounds in one day.
That's a lot of cotton.
Yeah.
How old were you?
12. I think I was 12 that fall. Now, my brother Clark was 15, and he got 365?
363, I think he picked it.
63?
What is your first recollection of Chandler?
Well, I recollect when I went there in 1903 to go to high school.
Well, what was the town like? Were the streets paved?
No, the streets were mud. There's so muddy that after a rain you couldn't even get across.
Clay, wasn't it?
Clay and mud and
Yellow.
worst mud you ever saw.
How big was Chandler?
Well, they claimed about 3,000 people.
They had a brick factory there, didn't they? In Chandler? Because I've seen these bricks that
I think they did.
said Chandler
I know they used a lot of brick there,
Mm-hmm.
and I know they had lots of clay to make it of,
Yeah.
so they probably had a brick factory, but I can't remember.
Okay, talk about Statehood Day. Do you remember when the National Guard was called up to go down with General Pershing to chase Pancho Villa?
Yes.
That was 1916.
I remember.
Did you know anyone that went on that expedition? Did they ever tell you any stories about it?
I didn't hear any stories about that.
Okay, were you teaching school during World War One?
No, not in World War One.
It was 1917, 1918.
1917, 1918, I had finished college. I finished college in 1912.
What college did you go to?
Norman, Oklahoma, at State University.
Mm-hmm.
Finished there in 1912, and then just as I earned my PhD in economics in Columbia University, New York, the War Department sent a man up to Washington, or up to New York, to find a statistician. He came to Columbia University, and the president of the university referred him to Edwin R.A. Seligman, the head of the economics department, and Seligman recommended me for the job. They wanted me to be in Washington the next morning. I had just finished my residence work for PhD in economics. So I was in Washington the next day and stayed there most of the time for 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
While I was there, I studied law in night school, got 2 law degrees, and was admitted to the bar, and had a family to raise, and felt that I couldn't. I'd thought about so many other things. In the meantime, I felt that I couldn't pass the oral examination that they require for the PhD. I'd finished the work for the PhD, and I had my grades, and I had letters from 2 professors saying I'd finished the course, but I didn't have the degree. And by 1926, I was pretty sure I couldn't pass the examination when I got back to New York in 1926. But in the meantime, in Washington, I had written the dissertation, and so in 1926 I had it published in New York as a book,
Mm-hmm.
Discriminating Duties in the American Merchant Marine. Mm-hmm. And I had it published as a book, had 500 copies made. And I have 3 or 4 copies of it here in Oklahoma.
Yeah. Now, did you get your PhD?
I got it last year.
Last year.
I never asked for it. Never put in a real application until last year. See, my home's in Cleveland, Ohio. That's where I spend the summer every year. And so I was there, and it was raining, and there wasn't much else to do. And I got to thinking about it. My wife had died in the meantime. I was alone, and I thought, well, I just better get that PhD degree. So I put in the summer writing letters and clearing up the deals, and got the degree. It was given to me in January.
Did you go to New York to receive the degree?
No, I didn't go to New York. Just got the mail.
He is from Columbia, but they didn't bring you up to Columbia to present you with the degree then.
I just got it from Columbia, yes.
Mm-hmm. So how many degrees do you have?
I have 5.
What are they? Can you list them and what university they're from?
Yes. BA from the University of Oklahoma, MA and PhD from Columbia, and LLD, and LLM from, at that time they called it National University in Washington. It's been taken over since that time by George Washington University. So it's George Washington University now.
When did you receive your degree from OU? What year?
1912.
1912. Mrs. Dean? Oh, I'm sorry.
Then in 1920, that is where I got back to New York to live. That is Armistice Day, 1920. And I went down to Newberry, South Carolina to make a speech on Armistice Day. I had 12 hours notice to make that speech. I was in Newberry, South Carolina on a trip at that time, and the Chamber of Commerce had employed Pitchfork as a lawyer from Birmingham, Alabama, who was the son of Pitchfork Bill Tillman. Maybe you remember Pitchfork Bill Tillman in the Senate. He was a senator. And he had a son. He was dead at that time, but his son was practicing law in Birmingham, Alabama. And the Chamber of Commerce had employed him to make this speech on Armistice Day. And the night before, he sent a telegram that he couldn't be there. So they had invited everybody in the county. There was to be a county affair in the Opera House, which would seat 500 people. And so they came to see me at 9 o'clock at night, the night before, to see if I'd make that speech. So they said they were going to stay for breakfast if I didn't agree. So, of course, that was a joke. But then I finally agreed. The next morning, I went to the barber shop because I had a barber down there who wouldn't talk. He'd shave a fella and cut his hair and so on, but he wasn't a talker like most barbers. So I knew I could get a chance to think. So I went in and got in the barber chair, told him what was up, and so he just worked away for about an hour, and I sat there and thought. And I wrote out on a little card, a 3x5 card, 4 items that I wanted to talk about. When I got up in the Opera House to make that speech, the place was full to the brim and people standing all around the room. I held that card in my hand, but I didn't look at it once while I was on the floor for 27 minutes. And this master of ceremonies told me that he would take a record of my speech and time me on it. So he told me I spoke 27 minutes, and he gave me a letter, which I still have, telling what a good speech it was and how much they appreciated it.
What was the speech on?
Well, it was on Armistice Day. It was just economics and the politics of the time and so forth.
Do you have a copy of did you make notes or anything?
No, I didn't make any notes.
You said you had 4 things you wanted to talk about in the speech.
Extemporaneous.
Yeah. What were the 4 things you wanted to talk about in that speech?
I don't remember them.
Yeah.
Don't remember them. I don't suppose I have the card. I don't know.
You say that during the war you worked in Washington during World War I. What did you do in Washington?
I was the economist for the Bureau of Aircraft Production. The first aircraft that the United States had ever built. They were in the First World War, and they needed aircraft to fight with, and so we began to develop them and wanted to do it fast. And I was an economist for that group, a statistician. Then I stayed on in Washington in economic work for most of 7 or 8 years, doing economic research in a whole lot of different war boards that are closing up all around, but everyone that closed up wanted to leave a record and had a lot of research done and reports written and so on. So I have a lot of those reports that were published in the Congressional Record and published in various ways.
Okay. Mrs. Dean, what did you do during World War I, 1917, 1918?
When I was at home, working in the fields in summertime.
1917 18, you were about to graduate from high school, weren't you? 1917 and 18, you were about to graduate from high school, weren't you? Or were you in the college?
16. I graduated in 16, I think.
And then you went to college
And then
with Norman.
I taught a year before I went to college.
What did you teach?
Midlothian.
Where's that?
Well, it's between Chandler and where? Guthrie?
I don't remember where Midlothian is. I remember the name.
We will be having exercise class in the living room at
Let me
11
see.
o'clock. Please come to the living room now for exercise.
Do y'all have exercise you have to go to?
Not only.
What did you teach in the school?
Grades 1, 2, and 3.
What subjects did you cover?
Well, just what they teach the little folks.
What books did you use? Do you remember? Did you use like McGuffey's Reader or?
No, we didn't have McGuffey's. I wish we had, but the books had been changed by that time. I don't remember the books we used.
I don't know what you had. I know I used the McGuffey readers.
What did you begin teaching?
I only taught, well, there I only taught 1 year. When I finished after I finished high school, I taught school for a year to get money to go to university.
What year did you teach school?
1907.
And where did you teach?
I taught at Oak Grove, which is 2 miles east and 1 mile south of our farm.
And you say you used McGuffey's Reader? What grades did you teach?
All day of them.
How many students?
I was in one of those country schools, District 85, and they only had 1 teacher and had 8 grades.
How many students did you have?
About 30.
What was the University of Oklahoma like when you went there? What was the campus like?
Well, I don't remember the campus very well. It was a big campus, and the athletic field was there, and the science hall was about the only building they had at that time. That and the gymnasium.
Did they have the big administration building? Was it still there?
It had never been built at that time.
Okay. What is the big building that burned at the university? Was a main building that burned. I thought it was 1909 when it burned. I'm not sure.
Was it the library?
It may have been. I don't remember.
I don't remember any fire while I was there. I went in 1908. I taught school in 1907 and then went to the university in the fall of 1908.
How many students were at OU?
Well, at that time they had about 800, but they had what they called a preparatory school there at that time. Prep, we always called it a prep school. But I started in as a freshman. I remember when I went there, the first morning I was walking up to the campus to look the place over and see what Science Hall looked like and what the university looked like. And I overtook a man who was walking up there, and he accommodated his step to mine and seemed talkative, and he asked me if I was a new freshman coming in, and I told him I was. I guess you can tell it the way I acted, probably. So I talked with him on the way up there, and I asked him if he was a freshman. He said no, he'd been there for some time. He didn't tell me any more than that. I found out later he was professor. I can't think of his name. He's in the chemistry department. He's one of the important professors in chemistry.
Mm-hmm. Who was president of the university while you were there?
While I was there, they started in with A. Grant Evans. See, Oklahoma had gotten into politics pretty bad at that time, and the man who had started the university, David R. Boyd, was put out, dismissed, because he was a Democrat, and the Republican administration came in, and so they. He was a Democrat, and the Republican administration came in, and so they. Wait a minute. I don't know. I guess a Democratic administration came in.
Yeah, Haskell was a Democrat.
Haskell was a Democrat, and. David R. Boyd, though, had started the university and worked it up till he got it up to an accredited institution, and everything was going fine. But he was dismissed, and anyhow, he had a big barn that was principally a hay mow. He was filled full of hay, but there was one big room up there, partitioned off and plastered and electric lights in it, and it was a fine room and had bookshelves in it at one side where I suppose the overrun of his library was put out there. And after I'd been there 2 or 3 days, I found out I could get a room in that barn with another fellow who was rooming up there. He was a prep. He was the last year of that preparatory school, Charles B. Steele, and I was a freshman in the university. And he worked for his board around David Boyd's house there. I don't know what all he did, but that was the way he paid for his room and board. And I just got a room in there and paid $10 a month for a room, and that's when the first fights came off between the sophomores and the freshmen. The university had a custom of recognizing one annual fight between the freshmen and the sophomores, and it wasn't like an ordinary hazing place. They had it at the very first of school, really the first day. And I had a room there in that barn, and this was after the fight. Nobody knew that I was living out there in a barn, and I was very lucky. When the sophomores were out looking for freshmen to haze or intimidate or something, why, they never came to that barn because they just supposed horses and mules were in there.
Now, how do you haze someone?
How's it?
How do you haze someone?
Oh, just tease them and make them wear a certain kind of a cap maybe and clothes, and just make fun of them, set them up as a.
So it wasn't a real fight then?
No, not a fight, just a fun affair.
How long did this last?
Oh, that lasted the whole year, but it didn't bother me because I was living in the barn, and they didn't know I was there. I suppose there were just horses and mules in there.
Do you have any recollections of Mr. Boyd?
Yes,
David Boyd?
very good.
What was he like?
Well, he was a very nice fellow, very likable fellow, very well educated man, and just a dandy human kind of a being. When I wanted to go to university, I had my mind made up all the time. After I went through high school, I wanted to go to university. And I taught school a year to get the money to go on. Earned $150. I taught school for 6 months and got $25 a month. And saved the money. I rode a horse to school and lived at home. And so when I went to the university, started in, I had $150. Well, I worked my way through, spent some of the time at home in the summer, but quite often in the summer I was, one year I was working in the Arbuckle Mountains with not Arthur Reeves, a fellow named Reeves. He had a brother there in the university who was in the football team. Very, very famous football player. And I have to think a minute because those things don't come to me as fast as they ought to. Anyhow, the university had a superintendent of buildings and grounds that my father was well acquainted with. He used to know him in Kansas.
What was his name?
Kirby Prickett. Kirby Prickett. And he was turned out at the same time that Boyd was turned out. But my father didn't know that. And when I got ready to go to university, my father went over there to visit Kirby Prickett and see if he could get a job for me to help pay my way through school. But when he got there, he found out that Prickett was just on the point of being dismissed, and the new buildings and grounds man hadn't been appointed, and there wasn't anything that they could promise me, whatever, on the job. But he did say that the University YMCA had a president named, I can't think of his name right now, but anyhow, the president of the university was going to have students there at the train to meet all the incoming students the day school began and take them to rooms to stay for the night and help them get settled. And so when I got there at night, I saw a lot of these fellows. They all had armbands on, and I knew all of them as they recognized all the students who were getting off. And so one fellow took me to a place to stay overnight, and then the next day I got my room in this barn. But anyhow, I didn't have any promise of a job, and then when I went over there, well, I seem to have already told you what I...
Did you work for, is it Dr. Boyd?
No, I didn't work for him. My roommate worked for him. I just paid rent there. And
did you get a job to work, help pay you for your education at OU?
Yes, I got a job. I worked in the lot. That first year I washed dishes for a club, and got my board that way.
What club did you wash dishes for?
Well, Mrs. Fry, who was running a club for sorority girls once a day. They'd go there for dinner every night. There were about a dozen of them, and I washed the dishes at that place and got my meals.
Mrs. Dean, did you go to college?
Yes, I went 3 years, I guess it was.
Where'd you go?
University.
Of Oklahoma?
Norman.
Where did you stay in Norman?
Where did I stay?
You stayed at the home of one of the professors. I got the job for you.
Oh, the first part of the year, I was working from a boarding room in one of the professors' homes.
Which professor, do you remember?
Floyd?
I guess that's who it
I
was.
believe it was Mr. Floyd. I've forgotten his name except just...
What did he teach? His professor of...
history, wasn't it? Can you?
Probably history.
I think it was history.
What did you study at the university?
Where did I stay?
Did you stay with Mr. Floyd?
I stayed at the Floyd home for a while, but it didn't last for the whole year. And
What did you study at the university?
Well, the freshmen all had to have just about the same sort of a course the first year. There was history and I can't remember what I studied.
Dr. Maxwell, what did you study at the university?
In my room,
Well, what classes did you take at the university?
the first year, I didn't have any choice. They decided, the university decided which courses everybody would take. I had German and English composition and algebra and history, I think, and athletics, gymnasium.
Was Benny Owen down there then?
Benny Owen was there. He was the head of the gymnasium athletic department.
Did you know him?
Yes.
What was he like?
Well, he was a very nice fellow. He had only one arm, as you know. His arm was shot off in a duck hunt. But he was a very fine fellow.
Mm-hmm. Was he in charge of all athletics at OU? What kind of athletics did you have down there?
Well, football was the big thing, but we had all kinds of exercises, and floor mats, and wrestling, and jumping on the mats, and things of that kind. I was in some of the exercises and swung the dumbbells and did things like that, but I wasn't in any football.
Then from OU you went to Columbia?
I went to Columbia from there. While I was at OU, I worked in the library for the first year, not the first year, the second year. This Charles Steele and I were chosen to be the janitors at the library. Every night after school closed, we'd go there and sweep the floors and dust things off and empty the waste baskets and get everything ready for school the next morning. And then I had that for a year and a half. Then I was elected editor of the Umpire, which is the college newspaper. And the funny thing about that is that soon after I was elected, the faculty decided on their own, and as a surprise to me, that they'd allow me 2 hours of credit in English for each semester. So I got 4 hours of English credit for editing that paper. And I edited the paper for a couple of years. There's a letter that came to me just at the end of my work as the editor of the Umpire.
From Oral Busby, he's the city clerk of Norman?
He was city clerk of Conoway at that time, but he became a famous lawyer in Oklahoma and was in Ada. Oral Busby. He was a classmate of mine.
This is May 13th, 1911. Would you like to read the letter?
Then Would
you like to read the letter?
All right. This is from Oral Busby, the city clerk of Conoway, Oklahoma. He says, Mr. Lloyd Maxwell, Norman, Oklahoma, dear friend, since the beginning of your work as editor of the Umpire, I have watched the paper closely. Now that your year's work is about ended, I want to congratulate you sincerely on the work you have done. The paper has been bigger and better than it has ever been before. You can justly feel proud of your year's work. Of course, knowing you as I do, I expected something great and have not been disappointed. I felt that I wanted to write you and tell you what I thought of your work. I know what it is to work hard for little compensation when the only results are silence if you make good, and criticism if you fail. I think I sent you a check for my year's subscription, period. Ask Hahn, he was the business manager of the paper, ask Hahn if I am wrong, let me know, and I will send the money promptly. Oral Busby.
Very good letter.
Then the funny thing about that, after I finished my work that year, the university, the next fellow who got it wasn't much of a scholar and didn't do a good job, so they cut off this credit, and they've never given it since. I was the only editor that ever got that 4 hours of credit for that work on the Umpire.
What was your commencement exercises like in 1912?
Well, the commencement exercises were conducted by some minister. I don't remember. Of course, commencement usually is a sermon, you know. It's a kind of a sermon, and I don't remember much about it except that I remember some of the fellow's gestures, and in his speech, he was a man that I knew.
Where was the commencement held?
It was held in Norman.
In the town itself or on the university?
At the university.
Okay, what was it held outside or inside or?
Outside. Outside, because it's a nice warm day. It's in a big tent. But one strange thing about that commencement is they had four in my freshman class. They had 4 divisions of the composition class, daily composition. That class met 5 times a week. That meant a fellow had to write 5 daily themes, as they call them, and 5 in a week. And when I started in, I thought I never could think of subjects for 5 speeches a week. But as time went on, I got so I could do it very well. Didn't have any special trouble. And I made a especially good record, I guess, in that class. And I know the professor read aloud several of my speeches. One time I wrote a theme on, I said, my pet dog is very interesting. And wrote on that subject. I never had a pet dog in my life, but he liked that theme so well that he read it aloud to the class. And 2 or 3 others. And he nearly always gave me an A. And about 2 or 3 days before commencement, a classmate who was in another division had learned and told me that on commencement day, the Funk and Wagnalls Dictionary Company was going to give an unabridged dictionary to the best student in English. And he said I was one of the 2 from my class, from my division, that was in the competition. I had never heard anything about it, didn't know it. And so there were 8 of us that were considered for that prize. And on commencement day, sure enough, I got the prize. That dictionary was such a prize to me that it was in a wooden crate, and it was heavy, a great big dictionary. You know what those big standard dictionaries, unabridged dictionaries were. I took it home with me, and every summer I took it home, and every fall when coming back, I brought it back with me to the university, carried it on the train.
Mm-hmm. You still have it?
Well, it went to pieces, and I gave it to my daughter, and I think it burned up in their fire. Their house burned down 2 years ago, and I'm sure that dictionary burned up.
Well, do you have any just overall recollections of the university? Your time there?
Well, I haven't been there for quite a while. I didn't go there to my 50th reunion because I was working, and it never was the right time. I'd leave. I was spending winters in California, San Diego, California, and I'd leave there the 1st of May generally, and they'd have their commencement about the 20th of May. After I'd get back to Cleveland, and I couldn't come back, so I didn't go. But my wife went for her 50th anniversary. That was in 1965, and I went with her at that time. That's the last time I've been at the university.
How many were in your graduating class?
About 200, I think. I don't remember.
How many of them are still around?
You say how many?
How many of them are still around?
Very few. Mm-hmm. I don't know. A year or 2 ago, there were only about a dozen. And, I'm sure not all of them are there now.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Dean, you went to the university 3 years?
3 or 3.5.
You know.
3 years, 3.5.
It was was over 3 years, I know.
When did you graduate?
Well, I didn't graduate. See, I didn't go long enough to graduate.
Mm-hmm.
But
how much did you need?
16.
How many credit hours were you short of graduation?
Oh, how many years did I go?
You went 3 years.
1, 2. Now, I paid for my first year by teaching school, and then Mother and Daddy paid for the next 2. Well, I think I had 100 hours, but I lacked 21 or something of the sort.
You like 21 hours of graduating?
They required 128. 128 for graduation, and you had about 3/4 of it, I suppose. So probably you had about 100.
And I know I had about 3/4 of it.
Mm-hmm. Ever thought about going back and finishing?
No. I have wished that I could, but then the way things were, I just didn't have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I had a family of 4 children to take care of. They came first.
Oh, yes. In the 1920s, what kind of dresses did you wear in the 1920s? Dress styles. Were you a flapper?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Did you wear the dresses, long dresses, or did you wear your dress up to your knee like the flappers did?
No, I didn't wear that.
No.
I wore them like the respectable girls did.
Yes. Where did you live at this time in the 20s?
In the 20s. Norman, I believe, near Norman. Let's see,
What's your most favorite memory of the university?
At the university?
Yeah. What's your favorite memory?
Being in the painting class, I think. Painting pictures.
Who was your instructor?
I don't remember that.
Did you paint what, oils?
Oil, yes. It was in oil.
Oils. Did you use watercolor also?
No, I never learned watercolor. I like the oils better, and I do yet.
You still paint?
I still paint some. I've got I don't know whether there's a picture here or not. Have I got a picture here? My son has them at his house. I believe I've got one up there on my easel now. It isn't entirely finished.
Yeah, your picture's up there. Your picture's up there. Hugh Bob took one the other day. I mean, that's the present time. You have a picture that's taken just a few days ago. You don't have one.
No, he meant one that I'd painted.
Oh.
A painted picture.
Well, after we get through, I'd like to go down and see it, if we could. The one on the easel.
I think, see, what day is this, Monday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday? Well, the activity room, that's what we call it, where we do the different kinds of work. It to be open, so we could get in there.
When did you go to the university? What year?
See, I graduated from high school in 16 and taught 1 year. Then the first year was 18. I surely remember the day I withdrew. I had married, and we both taught the first year, and And then we went back to school. And let's see, I've been married about 3 years, I think. And there was a little one on the road. And I remember one day I was climbing the stairs there. I think I'd gone up two flights already. And the vice president of the university came by and said, I think you need a little bit of help getting up these steps. He took hold of my arm and helped me up. I said, let's go up to the registrar's office. I think you should withdraw. He says, you've got a right to be the way you are.
What was his name?
The
vice president.
I don't remember that.
Dr. Maxwell, what's your best memory of OU?
It'd be hard to tell.
Or what are some of your best memories?
Well, I remember the library very well, and the gymnasium. I know some of the spooners used to go out and sit on the bleachers at night, and the president of the football team liked to tease them and scare them and so on. He took me with him one night and went out there. He had a long bamboo pole, and he took it out and wrapped on the steps and woke them up.
Now, what
disturbed the spooners.
Now, what are the spooners?
You know what a spooner is?
Oh,
Those
well.
are the quarters.
Oh,
Boys and girls that are courting.
down at OU, I noticed there is a round-looking bench, and someone said that's where the spooners used to sit.
I don't know.
It's
That's what they used to say.
Sounds like it might be.
it's north of the library, and then they built it way. I don't know how long it's been there.
I never did sit out there except with my wife when we went back for her 50th anniversary, I think. She and I sat out there and had our picture taken.
Where were the bleachers? What part of the university? You remember where they were?
Well, they were not very far from. They're just back of the library.
Is that the library that's down there today? Is that the present library?
No, I think they built a new building. I think most everything there is new. I haven't been there for about 10 years.
Okay. Dr. Maxwell, what did you do in the 1920s?
What did I do in the 1920s?
Are you going to school at Columbia?
No, I was in Washington, D.C., and doing economic research work. I finished up a lot of jobs for the War Industries Board, and then for the War Price Board, and then for the U.S. Shipping Bureau, and then I went to the Tariff Commission as to one of those permanent jobs. I knew I wonder if he wants a chair. Do you want this chair?
Oh. We don't sit in your chair here?
Oh, it's all right, thank you.
You remember when the stock market crashed, 1929?
I should say so.
What did you do that day?
Well, I was working in Standard Statistics Company, which became Standard and Poor's Corporation. I'd been there about a year at that time. I was an executive there in that organization. Had a lot of responsibility of the oil industry and the building industry and the food industries, and a lot of things I was responsible for at that time.
Mm-hmm. What did you do after the market crashed? Did you keep your job?
Yeah, I continued there until 1940. In 1940, I resigned and went down to Wall Street for more information in stock investments. I've become quite an expert in investments. And on the side, I've made enough money to build a house on the lake up in Connecticut.
So the Depression didn't affect you that much then, did it?
It didn't affect me so much, but it affected a whole lot of other people.
Mrs. Dean, oh, I'm sorry.
There were lots of young men, PhDs, and graduates in business administration who were glad to take a job for $25 a week. Mm-hmm. I used to hire some of them for that price.
Mrs. Dean, what did you do in the Depression? 1930s, in the Dust Bowl. I'm going to sit on the bed over here. You can sit in this chair.
No, it's all right, thank you. Can't remember when I was married. I'm sure I was married before that, though. In the 1930s, you said.
Yes, ma'am. Now, you said that you were married at the university and you withdrew in, what, 1920? Remember all the big dust storms they had here?
Oh, yes, I remember those. Mm-hmm. But I can't fix any dates.
What were the dust storms like?
Oh, you couldn't hardly breathe. The air was just full of dust.
How'd you keep it out of your house?
Couldn't.
Did you try?
I'd clean it out after the wind quit blowing, and then it'd blow in again.
You put anything over the windows or anything? Or?
Oh, we'd keep the windows shut. Maybe if it was blowing from the south, we'd have the north window open. Whirl around and come in anyway. We had to have a little bit of fresh air.
Were you living down by Norman then?
Now, what year was that?
That was in 1931, 32.
31 and 32. 31. When was I married?
You were married way back in 1918, I think.
1918. I know the war was over. My husband-to-be was in the war and came home, and to teach school was the only kind of work that he knew anything about. Mm-hmm. So he had to get a job, he had to teach school, and he went to Oklahoma City, and they said there's a place open at Beulah. And so he went to Beulah to see if he could sign up for it, and he did. While they were writing up the contract, the member of the board that he was talking to says, well, usually the superintendent's wife teaches the 7th and 8th grade. And he said, there's an opening in the 7th and 8th grade. And my husband-to-be said, well, I believe I could manage that. He says, I've got a girlfriend who was valedictorian of her high school class and made straight A's in the university. And he said, I know she's been at the university long enough to get a certificate. So he just got a certificate for me and came home and told me about it.
So you started teaching.
So I started teaching.
What was Beulah like back then?
Oh, it's just a little town.
Still not very big.
I don't know it now. I haven't seen it for ages.
What was Norman like when you were going to the university?
Well, there was a lot of people, and there was a lot of noise at night. The students would get out and yell, and I stayed home and studied.
What did you do for recreation at the university?
What did I do for recreation? I don't know whether I had it.
Doctor, what did you do for recreation at the university?
I went to the gymnasium. I wasn't a football player, but I played on our team in a class game. I played one time. The only good play I made was somebody fumbled and I fell on the ball. That's the only good play I made in the whole game.
What did you do on Saturday night in Norman? What would you do?
I'd study. I didn't ever have time to play. Never did go to a dance. Never did play any. I was working my way through school, and I would be working on my job if I wasn't studying.
Were the streets paved in Norman at that time?
I don't think they were. They didn't have any cars. The students were not allowed to have cars, even if they wanted them. And so that was from 1908 to 1912. I don't believe the streets were all paved. I'm sure they were not.
Did the interurban run to Norman from Oklahoma City? The streetcar?
I don't think it did. They had a regular train service at that time, good train service. I don't think they had any interurban.
Interurban ran when I was there.
It did. It went from Norman, how far north? To Oklahoma City?
Yes, it went to Oklahoma City.
How much did it cost to ride it?
It wasn't very much because college students, a lot of college students couldn't have paid very much. And I know it wasn't high, probably 50 cents or something like.
Mrs. Dean, what were you doing on December 7th, 1941?
Now, what happened?
Pearl Harbor Day.
Pearl Harbor.
When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor.
I don't remember.
Doctor, what were you doing?
That was on Sunday. I was reading the New York Times and heard the radio report that the Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor.
What was your reaction?
I can't remember that, but I found out very soon afterwards that my wife's nephew was a pilot on one of those fighter planes. He was running to his plane and was hit by the bullets and lay out there on the ground all night, nearly bled to death. But they finally got him in. That was Hopkins. He lives in Okmulgee now.
You know what his first name is?
I'll think of it in a minute.
Sir, what did you do during the war?
How's that?
What did you do during the war?
Well, I was working in Wall Street, and I kept on working. I was way past the draft age, and so it didn't bother me. I was offered several jobs in Washington, $10,000 a year, but I didn't take them. Stayed where I was.
to regress a minute, when you were both small children on the farm, what kind of games did you play?
We didn't play very many games.
We worked one.
At school they played whiplash, which you know what that is.
Yeah, tell me about it though. How do you play whiplash?
Well, they run in long lines, hold hands and run, and one at the head of the line then throws his arms around and makes the other people run. The one on the tail end way back there has to run mighty fast to keep up.
Sometimes
That's
they get
called
whipped off.
cracking the whip.
Yesterday you mentioned run, sheep, run.
Remember Morton? Run, sheep, run.
I remember Morton all right.
Don't you remember the games we used to play, run, sheep, run? I can't remember how we played it.
I don't remember that either.
Did it have to do with sheep?
I don't remember that.
Well, I can't answer that either.
Did you have any dolls?
Have one.
Dolls?
Doll?
No, dolls that you played with?
D-O-double-L.
Yeah.
Yes, I had 3 or 4. And Mother made a set of clothing for one of them. And I'd get the doll out and put on those pretty clothes. And then I'd take them off and fold them up and put them back in the box and put the doll back in the box. I think that doll still exists. I think it does.
Was it a ceramic head, a china headed doll, or?
Let's see, I think it was China with, it might have been, not China, what else was it they made dolls' heads of? It's something breakable. And I know the wig came off. And that needed to be put back on again.
So what kind of toys did you have? What kind of toys did you have as a child?
I didn't have very many. I had dominoes and
Building blocks.
building blocks. Used to build castles with those building blocks. And play dominoes and checkers.
What were your parents' names?
John Hartley Maxwell and Emma Voorhees Maxwell.
Where were they from?
Well, my father was born in Des Moines, Iowa. My mother was born in Elkhart, Indiana. But she always said she was a Pennsylvania Dutch. I think her folks had come from Pennsylvania originally.
Remember any? Oh, excuse me.
My father was Scotch. His folks had come originally from Scotland.
Remember any of the big floods in Oklahoma?
Yes, I remember some enormous floods.
Tell me about it.
We had a creek ran through our place. It was a dry creek in the dry season, and the wet weather would just get up very high, sometimes out over the land, out over the bottoms.
What about any prairie fires, forest fires?
Yes, we had, once in a while we had forest fires. I remember one time my father there was a fire coming down from the northwest, and he got the team out and the plow and plowed 2 or 3 furrows around, and then lit the fire to get a backfire to keep it from coming on to our place.
That stop it?
That's all.
Well, Papa was there with 2 or 3 buckets of water in a gunny sack, and as the fire would jump over the ditch, he'd knock it out, chasing up and down that furrow. But it was stopped anyway.
What kind of home did you all live in on the farm?
Log house.
It's a log house?
We had a tent the first year. When we got down there, we lived in a tent with a floor in it for 1 summer while we built a log house.
Well, was I born in the tent or the log house? I wanted to know.
Well, you were born in the log house because
November
the tent, we
98.
only lived in the tent 1 summer.
What?
We only lived in this tent 1 summer,
One.
just the summer of 1893.
I must have been born in a 1 room. No, 2
You
rooms.
were born in the log house.
How big was the log house?
And they were good-sized
It was
rooms,
about
2 rooms.
20, I think it was 24 feet square. The logs were 24 feet long. And my 2 uncles hewed the logs and planed them, what they called scored them, made them flat on the sides, and built the house.
Plastered and it was warm. The wind didn't come in.
What kind of trees were they? Were they oak trees?
Oak trees.
Well, that's good hardwood.
Red oak.
Mm-hmm.
Red oak or white oak. Mostly red oak.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mrs. Dean, I heard that you give readings. You gave one about a man that helped everybody all day long and he's expecting a visitor.
Yeah, but what?
Is that Tolstoy?
What?
Is that the Tolstoy? Tolstoy?
No. Let's see.
Mrs.
What?
Hickok told me about that.
I got an inkling of what it is. I know the poem, if I could just think of the first, how it goes. Wait a minute. Tell me again the sentence you said about it.
It's about a man who's expecting a visitor, and he was busy all day long helping other people. And come to find out that his visitor was all these different people that he helped all day long.
Yeah. Now let's see.
I think it's a Christmas story.
There's another one that keeps getting in front of that one.
Well, would you like your reading on that one?
Well, I could.
Yeah, why don't you?
I think. Now, what's the name of it?
Is it the one about come in, he said he'd take the beans?
What?
Come in, he says he'll take the beans?
I don't think I know that one. No.
Yes, you do.
Well, now what's the name of this one? He sat at his desk at the close of day, for he felt the weight of his many years. His form was bent, and his hair was gray, and his eyes were dim with the falling tears. His school was out, and his task was done, and the room seemed now so strangely still as the dim light from the setting sun stole silently over the windowsill, stole silently into the vacant room, and the thickening shadows fell athwart the vacant seats, and the vacant room, and the vacant place in the old man's heart. For his school had been all in all to him, who had no wife, no children, no lands, no gold. But his form was weak, and his eyes were dim, and the order was issued at last, too old. Too old. Too old. It was all they said. I looked in their faces one by one, but they turned away, and my heart was lead. Dear Lord, it is hard, but thy will be done. I've got it over there in book, but I don't believe I can say that one. Oh, may I do another one instead?
Yes, ma'am, please. Let me.
Well, what do I know? I've got a half a dozen of them written down here. The calf's path.
Okay.
One day through the primeval wood, a calf walked home, as good calves should, but left a trail all bent askew, a crooked trail, as all calves do. Since then, 100 years have fled, and I infer the calf is dead. But still he left behind his trail, and thereby hangs a moral tale. The trail was taken up next day by a lone hound that walked that way. And then the wise bell-weather sheep pursued the trail, o'er vale and steep, and drew behind the whole flock too, as good bell-wethers always do. And from that day, o'er hill and glade through those old woods a path was made, and many men wound in and out, and turned and dodged and bent about, and uttered words of righteous wrath, because 'twas such a crooked path. But still they followed, do not laugh, the first migrations of that calf, and through this winding woodway stalked, through this winding woodway stalked, because it wobbled when it walked. This forest path became a lane, which bent and turned again. This crooked lane became a road, where many a poor horse with his load toiled on beneath the burning sun, and traveled some 3 miles in one. Thus, for a century and a half, they trod the footsteps of that calf. The years passed on in swiftest fleet. The road became a village street, and this, before men were aware, a city's crowded thoroughfare. And soon the central street was this of a renowned metropolis, and men 2 centuries and a half trod in the footsteps of that calf, for still they walked his crooked way, and lost 100 years a day. For thus such reverence is lent to well-established precedent. A moral lesson this might teach were I ordained or asked to preach, for men are prone to go it blind along the calf paths of the mind, and work away from sun to sun, and do what other men have done. They follow in the beaten track, and in and out and forth and back, and still their devious course pursue to keep the paths that others do. How the wise wood gods must have laughed who saw that first primeval calf. And many things this tale might teach, but I am not ordained to preach.
Excellent. Have any more? Have any more?
Oh, you?
Label on here for I forget. Anything you'd like to tell the younger people in your family?
Not that I can think of. No, not right now.
Sir, how about you? Anything you'd like to tell your grandkids, great-grandkids?
Oh, yes. Keep on doing what they are doing. Go to school, study, learn their lessons.
How many grandkids do you have?
10,
Any great-grandkids?
9.
9. Any beyond that?
still coming.
Have any great-grandkids?
No.
No. Mrs. Dean, how about you?
I have. Well, what? I had 4 children, but the grandkids. 8 grandchildren.
8 grandkids. Any great-grandkids?
2.
2.
2.
Do you have any comments you want to make? What do you want to tell future generations of Oklahoma? Comments you want to make? What do you want to tell future generations of Oklahoma?
I didn't understand.
What would you like to tell future generations of Oklahoma?
Do the best you can do every day at whatever work you're doing.
How about another reading?
Well, what'll it be? Well, I know some more. Let me see. I think I've got some different down up here, but how much time am I consuming?
As much time as you want to take. Is this in the way?
No, that's not really.
You want me to give you a reading?
Yes, sir.
I never could see the use of babies. We have one at our house that belongs to Mother, and she thinks everything of it. I can't see anything wonderful about it. All it can do is to cry and pull hair and kick. It hasn't half the sense of my dog and can't even chase a cat. Mother and Sue wouldn't have a dog in the house, but they're always going on about that baby and saying, isn't he perfectly sweet? Now the worst thing about a baby is that you're expected to take care of him, and then you get scolded afterwards. Folks say, here Jimmy, just take the baby a minute. That's a good boy. Then as soon as you have got him, they say, don't do that. Just look at him. That boy will kill a child. Hold it up straight, you good-for-nothing little wretch. It's pretty hard to do your best and then be scolded for it. But that is the way boys are treated. Perhaps when I am old, folks will wish they had done differently. Last Saturday, Mother and Sue went out to make calls. They said they would be gone only a little while, and if the baby waked up, I was to play with him and keep him from crying. They said they would be gone only a little while. They said they would be gone only a little while, and no, of course I had to do it. The baby was sound asleep when they went out, and so I left him for a few minutes while I went to see if there was any cake in the pantry. If I were a woman, I wouldn't be so dreadfully suspicious as to keep everything locked up. When I got upstairs again, the baby was awake and was howling as if he were half full of pins. So I gave him the first thing that came handy to keep him quiet. It happened to be a bottle of polish with a sponge on the end of a wire, which Sue used to black her boots. The baby stopped crying as soon as I gave him the bottle, and I sat down to read the paper. The next time I looked at him, he got out the sponge, and about half of his face was jet black. Now I knew that nothing would get the black off, and when Mother came home, she would say the baby was spoiled and I had done it. Now I think that an all-black baby is ever so much more stylish than an all-white baby. And when I decided that the baby was partly black, I decided if I blacked him all over, he would be worth more than he ever had been, and perhaps Mother would be ever so much pleased. So I hurried up and gave him a good coat of black. You should have seen how that baby shined. I had just time to get baby dressed again when Mother and Sue came in. I wouldn't lower myself to repeat their unkind language. When you've been called an unnatural son and a murdering little villain, it will rankle in your heart for ages. I didn't even seem to mind about Father, but went upstairs with him as if I were going to church or something that didn't hurt much. The baby is beautiful and shiny, though the doctors say it will wear off in a few weeks. Nobody seems to show any gratitude for the trouble I took. And I can tell you, it isn't easy to black a baby without getting it into its eyes and hair. I sometimes think it is hardly worthwhile to live in this cold and unfeeling world.
That's very good.
You're looking for the parking and the beans. You can say that, and I know. Come in. He says you'll take the beans. You can say that, and
Where did that begin? One morning, let's see, what is this one? One morning 20 years ago, when apple trees were white as snow with falling blossoms. Okay. One morning many years ago, when apple trees were white as snow with falling blossoms, and the air was spellbound with the perfume rare, upon a farm horse, large and lean and lazy with his double load, a sun-brown youth and maid were seen jogging along the winding road. Blue were the arches of the skies, but bluer were that maiden's eyes. The sunbeams on the grass were bright, but brighter was the heavenly light that sparkled neath those long fringed lids where the bright eyes of blue were hid. It was the fairest sight, I ween, that the young man had ever seen, and with his features all aglow, the happy fellow told her so. And she, without the least surprise, gazed on him with those heavenly eyes, saw underneath those cheeks of tan the handsome features of a man, and with a joy but rarely known, she drew that dear face to her own, and by her bridal bonnet hid, I cannot tell you what she did. So on they went, until among the newborn leaves with dewdrops hung, the parsonage, arrayed in white, peered out, a more than welcome sight. Then, with a frown upon his face, "What shall we do?" he turned to say, "should he refuse to take his pay from what is in the pillowcase?" The maiden answered, "Let us wait. To borrow trouble, where's the need?" Then, at the parson's squeaking gate, halted the more than willing steed. Down from his seat the bridegroom sprung, the latchless gate behind him swung. The knocker of that startled door, struck as it never struck before, brought the whole household pale with fright. And there, with blushes on his cheek, so bashful he could hardly speak, the parson met his wondering sight. The groom goes in. The
groom goes in, his errand tells.
The groom goes in, his errand tells, and as the parson nods, he leans far out o'er the window sill and yells, "Come in, he says he'll take the beans." La, how she jumped! With one glad bound, she and the bean bag reached the ground. Then, grasping in her dimpled arms the precious product of the farms, she bore it through the open door, and down upon the parlor floor dumped the best beans vines ever bore. Happy were their songs that day as man and wife they rode away. but happier the chorus still that echoes through those woodland scenes. God bless the priest of Whitsonville. God bless the man who took the beans.
That's good. Sir, do you have any more readings?
Oh, well, yes, I have more, but I don't think they'd be worthwhile.
Oh, I think so. Why don't you give us one more?
Yes. There, I've got one.
If the company is willing, I have a word or two to say of a lightning rod dispenser who came down on me one day. Oiled to order in his motion, sanctimonious in his mien, hands as white as any baby's, and a face unnatural clean. And I almost wish a razor had made red that white-skinned throat, and his new constructed necktie had composed a hangman's knot. Ere he brought his sleek-trimmed carcass for my woman folks to see, and his buzz-saw tongue a-running for to gouge a gash in me. It was getting towards the middle of a hungry summer day. There was dinner on the table, and I asked him, would he stay? So he sat down among us, everlasting trim and neat, and asked a short, crisp blessing, almost good enough to eat. Then he fired up on the mercies of our everlasting friend, till he gin the Lord Almighty a good first-class recommend.
For full an hour, we listened. For full an hour, we listened to that sugar-coated scamp.
For full an hour we listened to that sugar-coated scamp, talking like a blessed angel, eating like a blasted tramp. He was chiseling desolation through a piece of apple pie, when he paused and gazed upon us with a tear in his off eye, and said, "O happy family, your joys, they make me sad. They all the time remind me of the dear ones once I had. A babe as sweet as this one, a wife almost as fair, a little girl with ringlets like that one over there. And had I not neglected the means within my way, then they might still be living and loving me today. One night there came a tempest. The thunder peals were dire. The clouds that marched above us were shooting bolts of fire. I, in my own house lying, was thinking to my blame how little I had guarded against those bolts of flame, when crash through roof and ceiling the deadly lightning cleft, and killed my wife and children, and only I was left. Since then it is my mission, where'er by sorrow tossed, to sell to worthy people good lightning rods at cost. With strong and sure protection, I'll clothe your buildings o'er. 'Twill cost you $20, perhaps a trifle more. Whatever more it comes to, at lowest price I'll put. You simply sign a contract to pay so much per foot. I signed it, while my family, all approving, stood about. The villain dropped a tear on it, but he didn't wipe it out. That self-same day with wagons came some rascals, great and small. They hopped upon my buildings just as if they owned them all. They hewed them and they hacked them, and they hacked and hewed them still. And every precious minute kept running up my bill. And he held me to that contract with a firmness queer to see. 'Twas the very first occasion he had disagreed with me. And for that ere thunder story, ere the rascal finally went, I paid $200 if I paid a single cent. And if any lightning rodist wants a dinner dialogue in the restaurant department of an enterprising dog, let him set his mouth a-running just inside my outside gate, and I'll bet $200 that he don't have long to wait.
That's very good.
I know a half a dozen, but I can't think of the word. How they begin.
Well, I was thinking, would you all be willing if I came back sometime to take some more of your readings?
Well, you know some more?
I don't think I know any more. I don't have any more.
You don't have any more.
One little short one.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
When I was at the party, said Betty, aged just 4, a little girl fell off her chair right down upon the floor. And all the other little girls began to laugh but me. I didn't laugh a single bit, said Betty seriously. Why not? Her mother asked her, full of delight to find that Betty, bless her little heart, had been so sweetly kind. Why didn't you laugh, my darling? Or don't you want to tell? I didn't laugh, said Betty, because I was the one that fell.
Mrs. Dean, you have any more?
Yes, if I could just think of how to begin. I've got a list someplace, and I thought it was right up there.
I think we'd better postpone it.
What time is lunch here?
12:30.
12:30.
I believe it's at either 12:30 or 1.
Well, I want to thank you, and I'd like to come back and get some more readings if I could.
Okay.
In fact, I may come here Thursday and take the Veterans Program. Mrs. Hickok said that you were going to give a reading about Veterans Day.
If I am, I'd be glad to find it out.
What's the name of the tune?
Scatter Seeds of Sunshine.
Very good.
Thank you.
Where'd you learn that?
Oh, I've known him for years. And I used to whistle better than I do now.
You still whistle very good.
I could whistle louder and had a little more breath
Yeah.
than I've got now.
You know any more tunes?
What?
You know any more tunes?
Oh, ever so many.
Oh, why don't you give me some more if you would, if you don't mind.
Well, I don't mind. Look up a songbook, but I don't know where I've got a songbook.
What's the name of that?
Ask the Savior to help you, I think.
Mm-hmm. What's the name of that one?
shall meet on that beautiful shore.
Mm-hmm. You have quite a repertoire. You have quite a repertoire of songs.
Oh, anything that I've ever heard and know the tune, I can whistle.
Do you have any songs from your childhood that you remember?
Well, I sang mostly church songs then, just about the same as they sing now.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I do want to come back and get some more recordings of your readings and some tales of your brother, and yeah. I'm going to be here next Tuesday, I know.
Next Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of the day?
I'll be here all day.
You'll be here all day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, how would be the best way to make the appointment?
At your convenience.
Well, of course, I never know what's going to happen next Tuesday.
Yeah, right. Now, we do have the remotivation. Is that in the morning or afternoon?
I didn't understand what...
You know, that remotivation meeting every other Tuesday?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's morning or afternoon. I'll check with Mrs. Hickok and find out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And you'll be here that day then?
Yes, ma'am.
Now that you said is Tuesday?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
That's a week from today.
A week from today.
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Okay, I'll put it on my calendar.
Okay. This is November 30th, 1982, a reading of poetry by Mrs. Beulah Dean. Okay. What's the name of the next one?
I don't remember the name
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
of this. See, I just can't remember it.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Before the cathedral in grandeur arose at Engelberg, where the Danube flows, before the forest of silver spires went airily up to the clouds in fires, before the oak had ready a beam, while yet the arch was stone and dream, there where the altar was later laid, Conrad the cobbler plied his trade. Doubled all day on his busy bench, hard at his cobbling for master and hench, he pounded away at a brisk rat-a-tat, shearing and shaping with pull and pat, hide well hammered and pegs sent home, till the shoe was fit for the Pope of Rome. And he sang as the threads went to and fro, whether 'tis hidden or whether it show, let the work be sound, for the Lord will know. Tall was the cobbler, and gray and thin, and a full moon shone where the hair had been. His eyes peered out intent and afar, as looking beyond the things that are. He walked as one who is done with fear, knowing at last that God is near. Only the half of him cobbled the shoes, the rest was away for the heavenly news. Indeed, so thin was the mystic screen that parted the unseen from the seen, you could not tell from the cobbler's theme if his dream was truth or his truth was dream. It happened one day at the year's white end, two neighbors called on their old-time friend. They found the shop so meager and mean, made gay with 100 boughs of green. Conrad was stitching with face ashine, but suddenly stopped as he twisted a twine. Old friends, good news. At dawn today, as the cocks were scaring the night away, the Lord appeared in a dream to me and said, I am coming, your guest to be. I have been busy with feet astir, strewing the floor with branches of fir. The wall is washed, and the shelf is shined, and over the rafter the holly twined. He comes today. The table is spread with milk and honey and wheaten bread. The friends went home, and his face grew still as he watched for the shadow across the sill. He lived all the moments o'er and o'er when the Lord should enter his lowly door. The knock, the call, the latch pulled up, the lighted face, the offered cup. He would wash the feet where the spikes had been. He would kiss the hands where the nails went in, and then, at the last, would sit with him and break the bread as the day grew dim. As the cobbler mused, there passed his pain a beggar, drenched by the driving rain. He called him in from the stony street and gave him shoes for his bruised feet. The beggar went, and there came a crone, her face with wrinkles of sorrow sown. A bundle of faggots bowed her back, and she was spent with the wrench and rack. He gave her his loaf and steadied her load as she took her way on the weary road. Then, next to his door came a little child, lost and afraid in the world so wild, in the big, dark world. Catching him up, he gave him the milk in the waiting cup and led him home to his mother's arms out of the way of the world's alarms. The day went down in the crimson west, and with it the hope of the blessed guest. And Conrad sighed as the world turned gray. Why is it, Lord, that your feet delay? Did you forget that this is the day? Then soft in the silence a voice he heard. Lift up your heart, for I kept my word. 3 times I came to your friendly door. 3 times my shadow was on your floor. I was the beggar with bruised feet. I was the woman you gave to eat. I was the child in the homeless street. One morning many years ago, when apple trees were white as snow with falling blossoms, and the air was spellbound with a perfume rare, upon a farm horse, large and lean and lazy with his double load, a sun-brown youth and maid were seen jogging along the country road. Blue were the arches of the skies, but bluer were that maiden's eyes. The sunbeams on the grass were bright, but brighter was the heavenly light that sparkled neath those long fringed lids where her bright eyes of blue were hid. It was the fairest sight, I ween, that the young man had ever seen, and with his features all aglow, the happy fellow told her so. And she, without the least surprise, gazed on him with those heavenly eyes, saw underneath those cheeks of tan the handsome features of a man. Then, with a joy but rarely known, she drew that dear face to her own, and by her bridal bonnet hid, I cannot tell you what she did. So on they went, until among the new-born leaves with dewdrops hung, the parsonage, arrayed in white, peered out, a more than welcome sight. Then what shall we do, he turned to say, should he refuse to take his pay from what is in the pillow-case? The maiden answered, let us wait. To borrow trouble, where's the need? Then at the parson's squeaking gate halted the more than willing steed. The groom went in, his errand tells, and as the parson nods, he leans far out o'er the window-sill and yells, come in, he says he'll take the beans. La, how she jumped! With one glad bound, she and the bean-bag reached the ground. Then, grasping in her dimpled arms the precious product of the farms, she bore it through the open door, and down upon the parlor floor dumped the best beans vines ever bore. Happy were their songs that day as man and wife they rode away, but happier the chorus still that echoes through those woodland scenes. God bless the priest of Whitsonville. God bless the man who took the beans.
What's the name of that one?
The Wedding Fee.
The Wedding Fee. No creed in heaven.
Yes. Ready. Speaking of creeds, till late one eve, of the various doctrines the saints believe. Could I quit and clear my throat?
Sure. This is No Creed in Heaven.
Speaking of creeds, till late one eve, of the various doctrines the saints believe, that night I stood in a troubled dream by the side of a darkly flowing stream, And a churchman down to the river came, when I heard a strange voice call his name. Good Father, stop. When you cross this tide, you must leave your robes on the other side. But the aged father did not mind, and his long gown floated out behind, as down to the stream his way he took, his pale hands clasping a gilt-edged book. I'm bound for heaven, and when I'm there, I shall want my book of common prayer, and though I put on a starry crown, I should feel quite lost without my gown. Then he fixed his eye on the shining track, but his gown was heavy and held him back, and the poor old father tried in vain a single step in the flood to gain. I saw him again on the other side, but his silk gown had floated on the tide, and nobody asked in that blissful spot whether he belonged to the church or not. Then down to the stream a Quaker strayed. His dress of a sober hue was made. My coat and hat must be olive gray. I cannot go any other way. Then he buttoned his coat straight up to his chin and steadily, solemnly waded in. And his broad-brimmed hat he pulled down tight over his forehead, so cold and white. But a strong wind carried away his hat. For a moment he silently sighed over that, and then, as he gazed to the further shore, his coat slipped off and was seen no more. As he went into heaven, his suit of gray went quietly sailing away, away, and none of the angels questioned him about the width of his beaver's brim. Next came Dr. Watts with a bundle of psalms tied nicely up in his aged arms, and hymns as many, a very wise saying that the people in heaven all round might sing. But I think he heaved an anxious sigh when he saw that the river ran broad and high, and looked rather surprised as one by one his psalms and hymns in the waves went down. Then after him, with his manuscripts, came Wesley, the pattern of godliness. But he said, "Dear me, what shall I do? The water has soaked them through and through." And there on the river far and wide away they went on the smoke-swollen tide. And the saint, astonished, passed through alone, without his manuscripts, up to the throne. Then, gravely walking, am I repeating? 2 saints by name down at the stream together came. But as they paused at the river's brink, I saw one saint from the other shrink. Sprinkled or plunged, may I ask you, friend, how you attained to life's great end, thus with a few drops on my brow? But I have been dipped, as you'll see me now, and really I think 'twould hardly do, since I'm close communion, to cross with you. You're bound, I know, to the realms of bliss, but you must go that way and I'll go this. So straightway plunging with all his might away to the left, his friend at the right. Apart they went from this world of sin, but at last together they entered in. Then, when the river was rolling on, a Presbyterian church came down. Of women there seemed an innumerable throng, but the men I could count as they passed along. A sound of murmuring, long and loud, came ever up from the moving crowd. You're in the old way, and I'm in the new. That is the false, and this is the true. Or, you're in the old way, and I'm in the new. That is the false, and this is the true. But the brethren only seemed to speak. Modest the sisters walked, and meek, and if ever one of them chanced to say what trouble she met with on the way, how she longed to pass to the other side, nor feared to cross o'er the swelling tide, a voice arose from the brethren then, "Let no one speak but the holy men. Have you not heard the words of Paul? Oh, let the women keep silent, all." I watched them long in my curious dream, till they stood by the borders of the stream. Then, just as I thought, the two ways met, but all the brethren were talking yet, and would talk on till the heavenly tide carried them over, side by side. Side by side, for the way was one. The toilsome journey of life was done. And priest and Quaker and all who died came out alike on the other side. No forms, no crosses, no books had they, no gowns of silk, no suits of gray, no creeds to guide them, no manuscripts, for all had put on Christ's righteousness.
Ready for Christmas.
Ready for Christmas, she said with a sigh, as she gave a last touch to the gifts piled high. Then wearily sank in a chair and read. But soon, very soon, she was nodding her head. Then quietly came a voice in her dream. Ready for Christmas? What do you mean, ready for Christmas, when only last week you wouldn't acknowledge your friend on the street? Ready for Christmas when holding a grudge? Perhaps you'd better let God be the judge. For how can the Christmas child come and abide in a heart that is selfish and filled with pride? Ready for Christmas, when only today a beggar lad came, and you turned him away without even a smile to show that you cared. The little he asked, it could have been spared. Ready for Christmas? You have worked, it is true, but just doing the things that you wanted to do. Ready for Christmas? Your circle's too small. Why, you aren't ready for Christmas at all. She awoke with a start and a cry of despair. There's so little time, and I've still to prepare. Oh, Father, forgive me. I see what you mean. To be ready means more than a house swept clean. Yes, more than the giving of gifts and a tree. It's a heart swept clean that you want to see. A heart that is free from bitterness, sin, ready for Christmas and ready for Him. Wait just a little bit, could you tell? 'Tis a tragical tale, which they say is a true one. It's old, but its manner is wholly a new one. One Ovid, a writer of some reputation, has told it before in a tedious narration, in a style to be sure of remarkable fullness, but which nobody reads on account of its dullness. Young Peter Paramus, I call him Peter, not for the sake of the rhyme or the meter, but merely to make the name completer. Now, should I go in there? For Peter lived in olden times, in one of the worst of pagan climes that flourishes now in classical fame, long before even noble or boor had such a thing as Christian name. Now Peter loved a beautiful girl as ever ensnared the heart of an earl in the magical trap of an auburn curl, a little Miss Thisbe who lived next door. They slept, in fact, on the very same floor, with a wall between them, and nothing more. Now, for some good reason, which history croaks, the match didn't happen to please the old folks. So Thisbe's father and Peter's mother began the young couple to worry and bother, and tried their innocent passion to smother by keeping the lovers from seeing each other. But who ever heard of a marriage deferred by any contrivance so very absurd as scolding the boy and caging the bird? But Peter, who wasn't discouraged at all by obstacles such as the timid Paul, contrived to discover a hole in the wall, which wasn't so thick, but removing a brick made a passage, though rather provokingly small. Through this little chink the lover could greet her, and secrecy made their courting the sweeter, while Peter kissed Thisbe and Thisbe kissed Peter, for kisses, like folks with diminutive souls, can manage to creep through the smallest of holes. 'Twas here that the lovers, intent upon love, made a nice little plot to meet at a spot near a mulberry tree in a neighboring grove. The plan was all laid by the youth and the maid, whose hearts it would seem were uncommonly bold ones to run off and get married in spite of the old ones. In the shadows of evening, as still as a mouse, the beautiful maiden slipped out of the house, the mulberry tree impatient to find, while Peter, the vigilant matron still blind, stole leisurely out some moments behind. While waiting alone at the trysting tree, a terrible lion, as e'er you set eye on, came roaring along, quite horrid to see, which caused the young maiden in terror to flee. A lion is a creature whose natural trade is blood, and a terrible thing among ladies. So losing her veil as she ran from the wood, the monster bedabbled it over with blood. Then Peter arriving, and seeing the veil all covered o'er and reeking with gore, turned all of a sudden exceedingly pale, and sat himself down to weep and to wail, but made up his mind in a very short metre that Thisbe was dead, and the lion had eat her. So breathing a prayer, he determined to share the fate of his darling, the loved and the lost, and fell on his dagger, and gave up the ghost. Now Thisbe returning, and viewing her beau lying dead by her veil, which she happened to know, guessed in a moment the cause of his erring, and seizing the knife which had taken his life, in less than a moment was dead as a herring. Moral. Young gentlemen, pray recollect, if you please, not to make assignments near mulberry trees. If your mistress be missing, it shows a weak head to be stabbing yourself till you know she is dead. Young ladies, you shouldn't go strolling about when your anxious mammas don't know you are out, and remember that accidents often befall by kissing young fellows through holes in the wall.
What was the name of that?
That was Peter Paramus.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Mm-hmm. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. When the blazing sun is set and the grass with dew is wet, then you show your little light, twinkle, twinkle all the night. Then when I am sound asleep, oft you through my window peep, for you never shut your eye till the sun is in the sky.
May 25th, 1983. This is Joe Todd, a follow-up interview with Dr. Lloyd Maxwell.
There's one I want to be sure to tell you and tell the folks down there.
What's that?
In the summer of 1915-17, I was spending my vacation in Palmer Lake, Colorado. And my cousin had a big ranch there. 6,000-acre ranch, and she'd had four or five children, and the second boy was named Russell. And the last I saw him when I was there, when I left there in 1915, he was about 5 or 6 years old. He don't remember me. He don't remember seeing me at all. But then I went to Korea in 19. See, this was about. About 1925, I guess it was. And I got there on Friday night. So Saturday morning, being a sprightly young fella, I got out and wanted to walk around and see what the place looked like.
What part of Korea were you in?
Seoul.
Seoul?
They pronounce the dictionary says it's Seoul, but everybody over there calls it Seoul, so I call it Seoul. And Saturday morning, I walked around, saw some of the city, and then at 1 o'clock, the PX store opened. There wasn't any place for Americans to go except, I guess that store was subsidized by the Army, and all the people over there were Americans as the people that would go to the store. And so it's kind of a congregating place for them to go Saturday afternoon. So I went down there along with the crowd, and I saw they had a special sale on pocket transistors. And I never had one and always wanted one, so I bought one.
Is this a radio or?
A pocket radio.
Yeah.
Transistor radio. And so I didn't do anything with it Saturday night. Sunday morning, I thought, well, I'll test my pocket radio and see if it works. So I turned it on, and the first thing I heard was that Russell Higginson in Palmer Lake, Colorado, had been baling hay out in the hayfield. He had his 12-year-old daughter with him. He was out in the middle of that big ranch, no road anywhere near it, nobody passing, nobody coming around at all. They were alone out there, and he got his arm caught in the hay baler. And he decided all at once that he either had to die right then or he had to live, and he decided, he was a young fellow, he decided he wanted to live. So he managed some way to get his knife out of his pocket and instructed the girl to cut his arm off. And she was training to be a nurse, so she knew a little bit about things like that. So she cut his arm off, and apparently she put a swatchet around it. Knew how to take care of it, to keep all the blood from running out. And then she drove the truck to the county hospital, quite a distance, and took him there, and he survived. And I heard that on that TV transistor, the first thing that I heard on it.
That was 1925?
1925.
Were you in the military then?
No, I wasn't in the military. I went over there as a financial expert. I had worked at Standard & Poor's in New York for 12 years, and then 6 more years down in Wall Street with various brokers, and good part of the time with Merrill Lynch.
I was going to ask, during the First World War, you worked in Washington, didn't you? 1917, 1918?
Yes.
What were your duties during the war?
Well, I started in. I went down there. I had just finished my work for PhD at Columbia. I finished the residence work for a PhD in economics, and the War Department sent a man up to Columbia to find a statistician for their new aircraft production office. They were going to start in producing aircraft, fighter planes, to get into the war. And so they went to the president of the university, and he referred them to Edwin R.A. Seligman, who was head of the economics department, and he immediately recommended me for the job. There were lots of graduates there, and lots of people would like to have had it, but for some reason it took me. And they wanted me to be in Washington the next morning. So I just had to jump right into things and get to Washington on the train. It was all train travel in those days. And I went down on the train and started work. My wife stayed in New York and finished up our business there and came down to Washington a little later. But I was head of that, I was the chief statistician in that aircraft production business until the war ended.
Now, what exactly did you do as a statistician?
Well, I kept all the records of all the aircraft that they built, and I had those in a box and thought they were all safe. But one time when I got ready to move from an apartment in New York, I found the box was missing. Somebody had stolen it, so I lost all my records on that thing. But I kept all the records of all the aircraft that were produced and what their capacity was and everything about them.
Who was the manufacturers of the airplanes?
I really don't know who manufactured it. One of them was the great big, I can't remember the name of it, but it was a thing with a wing spread of about 100 feet or more. A terribly big airplane that they were producing.
The Sopwith Camel, was that a British airplane?
How's that?
The Sopwith Camel, was that a British plane?
I don't know. I never heard of it.
Did, like Ford and General Motors, did they produce airplanes?
No, I don't think they did. I don't think there were any airplanes being produced by America at that time until the Army started in.
And you worked for them for the duration of the war?
Yes, until the war ended, and they had a big armistice. As the armistice day came on, and I knew that the place was going to close up as soon as possible. And one day I was walking on the street, and I met Wesley C. Mitchell, who had been one of my instructors up at Columbia, and he taught economics. And he wanted me to come over to the War Industries Board, where he was doing war service at the time, and help him finish up the records over there. So I gladly went over there and helped him. And then when that was finished, the War Trade Board wanted me to come over and finish jobs with them. And then I went to the Shipping Bureau and worked there till that got ready to go out of business. And And finally I went to the Tariff Commission as a permanent employee.
So with the
The United States Tariff Commission. Yeah. But I only stayed there about a year and a half and got an offer to go to South Carolina as Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce at a 50% increase in salary, which looked pretty good to me. So I went down there, but in those days, there were lots of depressions, financial depressions going on, and it just happened that a very large cotton crop had been raised that year. The farmers all down there were cotton farmers, and they had thought that because of the war, why there'd be a big demand for cotton, and they'd planned a very extra big crop. So instead of the price going up, it went down. And I could see that the Chamber of Commerce wasn't adequately financed to last very long. But I stayed with it during the fall, and on Armistice Day, they were going to have an enormous celebration there in the county, and the newspapers had advertised that everybody in the county was invited. They were going to have a big meeting in the county opera house, which would seat 500 people, plus a lot of standing room, and they invited everybody to be there. So there's just an enormous crowd in Newberry, South Carolina. Enormous crowd there that day, and the speaker for that occasion was to be the lawyer's son of former Pitchfork Bill Tillman. I suppose you've heard of Pitchfork Bill Tillman, who used to be a leader of the Senate. And at that time, he had died, but he had a son living in Greenville, South Carolina, and that son was to be the principal speaker at this occasion. Well, at about 9 o'clock the night before the speech, the Chamber of Commerce got a telegram from him saying that he couldn't be there. So they were left without a speaker. So they came to my house and said I had to make the speech. Well, I joshed with them a while, and they went home about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. I went to bed and slept over the night. I knew a barber downtown who was a very special kind of a barber. He didn't talk while he worked. He just put in all his time working and didn't talk a bit. I never saw any other barber like that. And so I went there and got in the chair and told him what was up and that I wanted an hour to think. And so I wanted a shave and a haircut and wanted him just to take his time and give me an hour. So during that hour, I thought of what I wanted to say. I took a 3x5 card and wrote four things on it, 4 lines of my subjects that I wanted to talk about. I held that in my hand, but during the speech I didn't look at it once. And the Red Cross doctor was the chairman of ceremonies, and he told me he was going to time me on the speech. So when my time came, I stood up. The place was absolutely jammed. People, all the seats were filled, and people standing every place there was room for anybody to stand in the whole house. And he gave me a letter, which I have, stating that I talked for 38 minutes. And it is one of the best speeches you ever heard.
What were the 4 lines you wrote down?
How's it?
What were the 4 lines that you wrote down?
I don't know. I don't know. It just things about the world situation and the political situation. I've always been interested in politics, been more or less of a politician, and I knew a whole lot about the economy of the country and the economy of the world, and I just talked about those subjects.
What shape was the United States in at that time?
How's that?
What shape was the United States in economically at that time?
Well, the United States was in fairly good shape. Of course, the situation was very different then from what it is now. They didn't have any airplanes being produced, and they didn't have any airports or anything. All travel was by train.
What about Germany? What shape were they in?
Well, Germany was in. See, after the war, Germany was a defeated nation, and it was in pretty bad shape. Hitler was on the rise, and a whole lot of people thought he must be a wonderful fella. Some of them hated him like everything.
What was your ideas on Hitler at that time?
Oh, I never did like him. I thought he was don't know what name to give him. Not any truth in him. Is this Moore or Norman?
We're still in Oklahoma City.
Still in Oklahoma City?
Yeah. Now you worked on Wall Street. You say you worked for Merrill Lynch.
Yeah.
Now were you weren't a stockbroker, were you?
I wasn't a stockbroker. I started in there as a research man, but I hadn't been there very long before they knew I knew a lot about oil. And they had me as their oil production expert. I did all their oil business and made some trips around the country, visiting oil companies.
Did you visit Phillips?
How's it?
Did you visit Phillips in Bartlesville?
Yes. Yes, I had good connection at Phillips. I knew Frank Phillips personally.
You did?
And I had worked at that time. I had worked for Standard & Poor's for 12 years in Washington, and then had gone down to Wall Street and worked with various brokers down there just to get more training in economics, and went to Korea as a financial expert in an army contingent that went over there. I was one of the top men in the National Economic Board, and was put in the statistical department to start off, and I had within 8 months I had 2 different chiefs to work under, and then the second one resigned and I was made acting chief of statistics. And kept that up for 3 or 4 years. Well, about 2 years, and then the war broke out.
Now you mentioned that Herbert Hoover came to your defense.
Yes. that's when I had been out on a month's vacation at Stanton. Well, the place where I was working, it just slipped my mind for a minute. I'd been out on a month of vacation, and then while I was out, I got to selling bonds for a bank there in the city in Washington, and it started off as a good proposition. I was doing fine. Then all at once, people got all the bonds they wanted, and they wondered whether the bank was going to be able to honor all of them, and so the sale dwindled. I happened to be down at the office one day, and they said they'd be glad for me to come back as statistician in Meyer Listener's department. So I went in there and went to work, and I'd been there 2 or 3 months. One day in the washroom, I happened to see Vice Chairman Plummer. Plummer was one of the commissioners from Maine, and he was the only one of the 5 commissioners who was in favor of discriminating duties.
What are discriminating duties?
Discriminating duties are duties that are put on American. We put them on American ships clearing from American ports. We took the deadweight tonnage and figured the deadweight tonnage and charged foreign vessels a duty that would compare with that, so as to encourage the American merchant marine. They wanted to encourage Americans to build ships. They're trying to build up a marine. Well, there were 5 commissioners, and Plummer went back in the office to see Chairman O'Connor, who was the chairman of the commission, and demanded my resignation. Well, I naturally didn't want to be fired, but I decided I'd make an effort anyhow so I phoned first to William S. Culbertson, who was the head of the Tariff Commission. I knew him real well, and he had invited me to help him write a book. He was writing a book himself about discriminating duties and the American merchant marine and how to get a merchant marine in the United States. And so he invited me to come down to his office and dictate to his secretary. I was down there a whole day dictating a portion of an article that was published in his book. And then Plummer thought that I was gone until he saw me in the washroom that day. I just happened to meet him in there. So he demanded my resignation. So when I heard about it, he had a man named Jenkins. His right-hand man, his helper, was Jenkins, and Jenkins called me in and told me he hated to do it, but Plummer had demanded my resignation, and O'Connor had told him to go ahead and carry it out. So I phoned to Culbertson and asked him if he could see President Coolidge. He said no, he couldn't see President Coolidge, but he could see Hoover. Hoover was the right-hand man of the president and head of the Department of Commerce. And so I told my chief that what was up, and he didn't want me to be fired either. And so I decided just to wait till the next day and see what happened. And when I phoned to Culbertson, he said he could see Hoover the next day. So when the next day came, Jenkins called me in again. I thought he was going to fire me at that time, but he had a kind of a sheepish look on his face. And he said, "Come here, I want to show you something." He walked down the hall to a suite of rooms which had been vacant for 3 or 4 months, and it just happened that it was a suite that Plummer used to have when he was a mere commissioner before he became vice chairman of the board. After he became vice chairman, he moved out of that, and a whole lot of fellows there in the organization had been wanting to get it, but they wouldn't let it go to anybody. He took me in there, showed me that suite, said, "What do you think of this?" I said, "I think this is pretty fancy." It had a special room for a secretary, and with an entrance there. And the only entrance to the room was through the secretary's office, and the main room was a great, big, wonderful room with a fine big desk, and, a wash bowl and toilet, and just a wonderful place. So he said, "Well, this is going to be yours." He said, "We'll give you this office, and we'll make you head of the research department under the chairman's direction, and you won't report to anybody but to Chairman O'Connor." So I started in on that job. And
so it was Mr. Hoover interceded to the president on your behalf?
He hadn't done it. He was going to, but before he got there, before he saw Hoover, this happened. But they knew it was going to happen that day, and so.
So was it Mr. O'Connor is the one that? Did Mr. O'Connor, was he the one that decided to give you this office and report to him?
Yes.
Could you tell there was going to be a stock market crash?
Well, no, I didn't know that there was going to be a crash, but there had so many crashes in those days that it wasn't surprising at all to have one occur.
I'd like to know was it Black Friday or Black Thursday? 1929 was the day the market crashed. What day was that?
It was the 29th. The 29th
of October?
Yeah, I guess it was October.
What was that day like?
Well, it was just a very busy trading day. The stock market, of course, the stock market was a very different thing then from what it is now. But everybody was. Well, some people were buying stocks, but most of them were unloading. They often say that Kennedy, William Kennedy, President Kennedy's father, made his money, they say, in the stock market by selling. He sold everything he had. Some people sold everything they had, and Wall Street, the oil companies Exxon, for instance, was buying all the stock that was offered at 50. They pegged the price at 50 and bought everything they could that was offered at 50. It was a very hectic day.
What'd you do on that day?
How's it?
What'd you do on that day?
I was working at Standard & Poor's. I don't know. I just carried out my usual duties. I was one of the top executives there. Had charge of a lot of. Their organization is the best private library in Washington.
Now, were you in Washington or New York when the market crashed?
I mean New York.
Yeah.
I was in New York.
What'd you do that night? After the market hit bottom, what happened?
Well, the market really didn't hit the bottom.
Oh, it didn't?
It went down for several months after that. Even by 1933, the market was still unsteady. When Franklin Roosevelt was elected, it was still a very bad market.
I've heard stories of people jumping out of windows in New York. Is that true?
Yes, I think it is. I think a good many of them did it.
What was Wall Street like in the 20s, late 20s?
Well, I don't know how to describe it.
Well, how does it compare to Wall Street today?
It's a very different proposition because trading was a very different proposition in those days. They didn't have big days like we have now, and
You say trading was different?
you
say trading was different in those days?
well, yes. I don't know how to describe it. I can't remember. It didn't make any difference in my work. I had charge of a lot of men. In those days, there were men who had degrees from Harvard, who came down there and were glad to get a job of any kind. $25 a week looked good to them.
What was your salary?
Well, it got up to about 5,000, little over 5,000, and then along toward about 1938, the company got in a kind of a bind, and the only way they, this really didn't happen until 1940. I was there until 1940, but in the early part of 1940, the company was in a kind of a bind, and they were afraid they were going bankrupt, and So they laid off all of the high-priced men and just kept young men and newcomers.
They lay you off?
Yes, they laid me off, but my severance pay lasted for 6 or 8 months. So I went down to Wall Street and got a job down there. During the time, though, that I was at Standard, when I first went there, they called it Standard Statistics Company, but it became Standard & Poor's before I left. And the head man was Lawrence Sloan, and he was writing a book on what he called 2 cycles of corporation profits, and he had the specialists help him write it, and each of them wrote a chapter of the book. But in my case, I wrote 2 chapters of the book. I'm the only fellow who wrote 2.
What'd you write on?
Well, one was on. I wrote on a company. One of them was on the building industry, and one was on the food industry. In my normal work, anybody who came to the office inquiring about a stock that I was handling, they would send to me to have a discussion. A man came to me from the United States Steel Company, and he was so impressed with what I could tell him. He said I was the only man who ever told him anything that he wanted to know. And we talked for about an hour, and I gave him all kinds of information about different companies. Main Street westbound.
This is Norman.
This is Norman. Well, when I was here in Norman in 1908 to 1912, they had a
Did you have classes in the old administration building, the one that burned?
No. All my classes were in the science hall.
Were you here when that building burned?
No. I don't remember the burning of the building. No.
I was thinking that building burned in 1909.
They had a library which opened. When I got ready to come to the university in 1908, my father came over to Norman because David Boyd, the president of the university, had been fired, and his superintendent of building and grounds was Kirby Prickett. And my father had known Kirby Prickett in Kansas, been a special friend of his, but never had seen him for a good many years. So he went over to the university to talk with Kirby Prickett, who was supposed to be the building and grounds manager, and see see if he could get him to get a job for me to help pay expenses at college. And he found Kirby Prickett over there all right, but Boyd had been fired and Prickett had been fired also, but they were both just hanging on, waiting for a new man to be appointed. And so Kirby Prickett didn't help him a bit, but he did find out from him that Frank Long was the president of the college YMCA, and that he was going to have men at the meeting the trains. All the students came in by train in those days, most of them. They didn't have any automobiles. And he'd have men with armbands on meeting all the trains and taking the students to places to stay overnight, and then next day they'd help them get settled into a job or into a boarding house or someplace. So the first year I got a job as a dishwasher in Mrs. Fry's boarding house. I washed dishes there for half a year.
Where was that located? Where was her boarding house?
Well, I don't know where it was. Norman has changed so much. I don't remember street names. There are many of them.
Did you have any?
Anyhow, I got acquainted with Dr. Boyd, and he had a big barn. And a barn is supposed to have horses and cows and mules and things of that kind in it. That's what people think of a barn. I remember once after we were married, my wife just mentioned to me one time that she had a cousin who said she wouldn't mind living in a barn if she had a decent mule to live with. And I never thought I'd live in a barn, but when I got acquainted with Dr. Boyd and I saw his barn, he had, of course, in the heydays, the good days, he had an assistant and chauffeur and a man up there that had a special room for. So he had cut off a part of the front end of the hay mow. The hay mow was full of hay, but he cut off the front end of it and put his overflow of books in there. Apparently a lot of library he had. And then back of that he had made a special room for this assistant, and it was a big room, and he put in running water and electric lights, and it was not only a big room, but it was well lined and much better than most of the rooms that college students were living in when they'd go to boarding houses. And so I changed over to that. At the middle of the year, the room was occupied by a young fellow named Steele, Charles Steele, who he wasn't in the university yet. It was the part of the university that they had been when the university started in, it wasn't very much. But Dr. Boyd had built it up to an accredited institution, and very, very fine. But this fellow Charles Steele had about 2 years of work to do before he could start practicing or start in the law school. He intended to go to law school. Well, I got acquainted with him, and we liked each other, and so I took a room in there. And then a little bit later, he found out that the library was going to open, and they wanted 2 janitors at the library. The library would close each night at 5 o'clock, and then we would go in there and sweep the floors and dust the desks and get rid of all the waste paper and leave things in fine shape to open it at 8 o'clock the next morning.
Was
that the Carnegie Library?
Yes. And so I worked there a year and a half. But that, and we got $20 a month each, which was paid board and room. And then in the last part of my sophomore year, for some reason, I was elected editor of the college newspaper. The college newspaper was the Umpire, put out once a week, a weekly paper. And for some other unaccountable reason, the faculty, especially the English department had more dealings with the paper than anybody else. For some reason, they surprised me by giving me 2 hours of credit in English in each semester for my work on the Umpire. And then, after my term was over, they elected a new fella for editor the next year, and he wasn't much of a scholar, and they didn't like him. The next fella, and no one else has ever gotten it since. I'm the only one who ever got a credit for good English and writing and having a good paper. Is this where we stopped?
Yeah, that's a spooner over there. Who built that?
I don't know who built it, but he built it in the early days, though. And
Were you here when they built it?
no, I don't think it was.
Now, is this a science hall here?
Well, it looks like it.
Now, right across the oval is Law Barn, Monet Hall. On the front it says chemistry.
I think one.
It says chemistry on the front.
Well, probably chemistry room.
This is the administration building.
That wasn't here when I went to school.
Right across the way is the old library, Carnegie Library. That's where you used to work?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll run in there after a while.
Being on the faculty down here, I came down in my senior year. I was managing a club in a boarding house, but about the middle of the year, I decided I needed a little more money. Needed little money. I wasn't getting any, and so I came down here and asked them if I could get my job as a janitor for half a year. The treasurer told me no, there wasn't any chance at all because they had everything sewed up and was going fine. They couldn't make a change, but he said they had just been talking about me for another proposition. And they said one of the professors had resigned and gone to Cornell. He was an economics professor. He left 2 classes that were not being conducted, and they wanted me to take one of them. And so instead of getting a job as a janitor, I got a job on the faculty. Excuse me. 22, I think, when I started in.
You were. Built this building?
This is an administration building?
Yeah.
No,
When they built this building?
I don't know. was here in the class of 1915, and I think maybe they had the building when she was here. I'm not real sure. I met her in the university. I was a senior and she was a freshman. And so she was here 3 years after I left.
Hello.
Are you Judy?
Judy Crackle, who was president of the university when you were here? Was that,
Well, Dr. Boyd was just
Dr. Boyd was just leaving about that
he was
time?
just leaving, and Abraham Williams
Yes.
came in next.
See, we got all the former presidents.
He had been designated just before I came here.
Right. Grant Evans right up there.
Grant Evans, Grant Evans.
Right. And then, who were some of the people in your class that, because, you know, we had those class reunions, and our 50-year alumni coming back. Have you come back to any of those reunions?
I've come to some of them, and my wife came to some. My wife was in the class of 1915, and I came to some of her meetings. Came to one of hers and did mine.
Do you remember Don Walker from Tulsa?
Yes. Yes, I remember Don Walker very well.
He used to come just every year, and gosh, we used to have a great representation from that.
I knew him personally.
And then we still have Charlie Long, who is, do you know him by chance?
Charlie Long. I knew Frank Long.
He's supposed to be our oldest living alumnus. He's from the class of 1905. And so,
1905.
and he was an older person when he started the school. So,
Where's he live?
he lives in Tulsa.
Charlie Long.
Well, how old
Reverend Charles Long.
How old was he then? Now? He passed 100?
Well, he just rocked. I think he's 100. Yeah, he's 101 probably.
I'm only 97.
You're only 97. Well, I'll tell you what, it's just really a pleasure to meet you. We may have even met before at some point at some of those reunions.
It's possible.
But 97, it's kind of a thrill to meet someone who's 97. Congratulations.
I'm counting on a 100th birthday celebration out in San Diego.
Well, when you have your 100th, when he has his 100th birthday celebration, you let us know because we need to do something special. And just 3 short years from
I'll
now.
let you know if you send you an invitation.
Well, you do that. You might be surprised at who shows up out there.
I will be surprised. There will be a lot of people show up out there.
That is really fantastic.
You know, back in 1915, I left Palmer Lake, Colorado to go to Columbia University. And I'd spent my summers out at Palmer Lake, Colorado, and my cousin had a big ranch out there where I spent vacations in the summertime. And there were five or six children in the family, but the second boy was only 6 years old, Russell Higginson. And when I went to Korea as a financial expert with the Army in I don't remember now what year it was, but anyhow, I got there on Friday night in Seoul, Korea. You'd pronounce it Seoul probably, but everybody over there calls it Seoul, so I call it Seoul. I got there on Friday night in Korea, and the next, Saturday morning, I got up early and walked around to see what kind of place Korea was. I'd never seen it or heard of it. And in the afternoon, the PX opened. That's the store, Army subsidized store. And everybody went there in the afternoon just to hang around and talk. There's the only place to go. So I went in there and I saw there was a special price on a pocket transistor, one of those little pocket radios. And I'd always wanted one and never been able to get it. So I thought, well, I'll buy one of those. So I did. And I didn't do anything with it that night. Sunday morning, I thought, well, I'll test that radio to see if it works. I tuned it in, and the first thing I heard on it was that Russell Higginson at Palmer Lake, Colorado, had been out in the hayfield baling hay, and he got his arm caught in the hay baler, and he was in the middle of the ranch. He had his 12-year-old daughter with him. She was studying to be a nurse, but she hadn't finished her course. And he got his right arm caught in that hay baler, and he knew right immediately that he either had to die right then or he had to decide to live. And he decided he wanted to live, so he managed some way to get his knife out of his pocket. And he instructed his daughter to cut his arm off. And she did, and swatched it up some way, and then she had to drive. They had a truck. They were away from the road. There wasn't any road anywhere near, so there wouldn't be anyone coming by. So she took him in the truck and drove to the county hospital, got him in there, and saved his life. And he's going to be at this 100. He told me, I wrote him a letter about my transistor and about getting the information about him. And so he's going to be at this 100th birthday, and he's going to stand up and introduce himself and have all of his family there.
Oh, that is fantastic. Well, that is great. Would you like to sit down?
Oh, we're going to go get
Are you in a big hurry?
We're just down. I'm going to take him over to the old Carnegie Library. He used to be a janitor in the library, and when were you a janitor in the library? Is that 1910? 1909.
1908. The last half of 1908.
1908.
And all of 1909.
Worked over in the library over here, the old Carnegie Library.
I worked as a janitor.
What was your profession now?
Economist.
Economist.
Now, what degrees do you hold?
PhD in economics.
And that's from where?
Columbia, New York. And 2 law degrees, LLM and LLB and LLM. Member of the bar. Belonged to a law firm in Cleveland, Ohio. My home is Cleveland, Ohio. But I spent the last 18 winters in San Diego, California.
And your master's is from Columbia.
How's it?
Your master's is from Columbia also.
Yes.
And your BA from OU.
Yeah, BA from OU and a master's from Columbia and PhD from Columbia.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, we were going to...
He was just 42 when he came to OU. So that's pretty young.
Dr. Maxwell, you mentioned the barn that you lived in. Now, did
Yes.
Dr. Boyd live there too?
No, he lived in a house right close.
But you lived in the barn that he, I guess,
Yes,
remodeled.
For about half a year, a year and a half. I lived in Dr. Boyd's barn.
Did you really?
It's an honor.
I found it was a nice place for a freshman to live too, because it's associated, of course, with mules and horses and cows and so on. And they didn't expect any humans to be there. So the sophomores never did bother me. I could stay there and sleep well at night and never be bothered at all by any sophomores because they didn't suppose there were any humans around there.
What did the sophomores do to the freshmen?
Oh, they wouldn't do anything special on them. They'd tease them and sometimes cut their hair and just torment them in various ways.
When you were a sophomore, did you torment the freshmen?
No, I never did.
Are you still living in the barn?
I believe he's telling the truth, too.
I lived in the barn a year and a half.
That's
Then I was elected
amazing.
editor of the Umpire,
I remember reading about that.
the college paper. And
I've seen an old copy of that.
I have a set.
When were you editor of the Empire?
I was in my junior year,
That'd be 1911.
1910 and 11.
He was.
So you are lucky to have seen so many things.
What's
And-
in the old
and
library now?
The faculty
In the old library,
The old Carnegie
gave me
um,
2 hours of credit
there is
in English each semester for my work on the Umpire.
Well, I'm sure you learned a lot just working on that.
They thought I managed it in good shape, and they liked it so well that they gave me that credit. It surprised me. I didn't know I was going to get it. And then, at the end of my year, the next man that was elected wasn't much of a scholar, and they didn't like the way he handled the paper, and so they cut off the credit, and it's never been given since. I'm the only one who ever got it.
your interviews with Dr.
Let me
Maxwell.
see. I have 5 hours of Beulah Dean,
Uh-huh.
and then this is like about 5 hours of Dr. Maxwell. So, I've been taping you.
I didn't know it.
Well, that's very, I'm just real delighted to get to meet you.
When will Dr. Turner be here?
4:30.
At 4:30?
Yeah. He's out most of the day. Do you want me to call you?
Well, it has to be in Guthrie this afternoon.
Would you want to just set up an appointment with him, or would it be better to just call him?
Dr. Maxwell, when are you going back to Cleveland? I thought maybe we could
You might have been in
meet
town.
Dr. Turner the same day.
Right, right. Well, we will get this autograph for you. We'll have Dr. Benoski write a little message in there
Do you
for
want to take my address then? And
Yeah, but that'd probably be the best idea, and then just mail it, just in case you don't get back down here. Or, let's see.
Lloyd W. Maxwell. I always put the W in. That stands for William.
Okay,
10,000 Miller Circle.
10,000. 4 zeros.
4 zeros.
10,000 Miller Circle.
Miller Circle.
Okay,
Oklahoma City.
okay.
Oklahoma,
We can look.
73132.
73132. Very good. We'll just get that.
Now,
We'll email that
were
to
you born in Lincoln County?
No, I was born in Kansas. But we went down to Lincoln County when I was 6 years old.
What year were you born?
Okay?
What year were you born?
86.
86. Okay. So Beulah was born in Lincoln County.
Yes.
Can we set up an appointment sometime next week? Yeah.
When's a good time for you? I'll just do this. Next week.
Thursday.
Okay, let's go ahead and set up a time here, and then I can call you.
Okay. What if he normally do for lunch? Doctor?
Well, he's
Does that look familiar?
Yeah. And the other things around us here don't look too familiar.
The building next to it is the old law barn. Monette Hall?
Monette Hall. That wasn't there when I was here. But Dean Monette was very much in evidence.
Did you know him?
Yes, I knew him personally.
What was he like?
Oh, he was a very nice fellow. He was a great tennis player. He played tennis a great deal. But
We have to go this way.
he
Sign says.
was acting president for a while. One time he called me in and asked my opinion of Chester Reeds. Chester Reeds was a brother of Artie Reeds. Artie Reeds was one of the leaders on the football team here. But Chester Reeds was his brother. He was an economist. And he had applied for a job here as a teacher. And so Dean Monette wanted to know my opinion of him, which I gave him gladly. But Chester didn't take the job, however, for some reason, I don't know why. But he went to New York and became curator of the Natural History Museum in the art gallery there. But I had worked with him one summer down in the Arbuckle Mountains collecting fossils. He was writing his thesis, his dissertation for graduation at some PhD from someplace.
Yeah.
And he was working on that. Picking up trilobites and all kinds of fossils down there. And later he hired me in New York to classify a lot of those fossils.
Mm-hmm. What was in the basement down here?
I don't remember the basement was all.
Now this is the back of the building.
This is the back of the building, and this is the first floor.
No, this is. You say this is the basement. Yeah. Okay.
I was just wondering. I remember the acting librarian one time pushed a dog out of one of the windows. I was just wondering how far he had to fall.
Mm-hmm. How you doing?
Hello. How do you do?
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Can I help you?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Handrail here.
It smells old. You know, this is the first floor.
This looks nice. We used to have chapel. We used to have chapel in here. And we came in at that door.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you have chapel?
Well, it had to be something. There was a floor there. It had a chapel in
That's maybe it's down here. How big was the chapel?
it. Well, let's see. 200 or 300, I don't know.
Let's see what's in here. Do you remember what was in this section?
No, I don't remember this section at all.
What was the building at that time?
Well, I haven't seen, it don't look familiar at all to me, except the entrance there. I noticed the entrance very well. We used to have chapel in here somewhere.
Is that right? Well, this is all a graduate department of regional and city planning. The upstairs is vacant at the moment. It has been occupied by financial aids and counseling centers, several different things. They made the basement area into a university college area for freshmen and sophomores entering. So there have been a lot of changes over the years, but we're glad that you are here visiting on campus. It sure is torn up at this time. You can hardly get here.
Now, Dr. Maxwell said there was a chapel in this building, a regular chapel.
I wish one of our professors were here because they know the history of the building better than I. Nobody is here today. They're off on a research project. So I'm sorry, I cannot tell you. Now, perhaps downstairs in University College, the dean down there or his assistant might be able to tell you.
Are they
where,
down there?
Yes. Yes. But the stairs are blocked. You have to go outside and come around to the back of the building.
We came up the stairs.
Oh, you did from there. Okay.
What was up on third floor?
I don't think there was any.
I mean, or second floor, really. Is it basement, first floor, and second floor?
I guess so.
I think the chapel was on this floor. I'm not real sure, but I believe it was. I know that the chapel wasn't entirely finished. At the back on the platform, it wasn't finished because one time Bill Murray was speaking to the students, and he had to spit, and he turned around and walked to the back of the stage and spit down on the wall.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
You know who Bill Murray was.
I certainly do. I remember him very well. I remember I grew up in southern Oklahoma, and I remember when he opened the bridge on Red River between Oklahoma and Texas. Was Carnegie then a library, or was it the educational building?
It was the library.
It was the library, the Carnegie Library.
It was the Carnegie Library.
I think the first thing that was here after the library was no longer incorporated was the educational building. And they had a university high school here for a number of years for children of the professors and people who worked on campus. Our chairman is Professor Lee Rogers, and when he started working here in the 50s, Dr. Leonard Logan was head of this department. Did you know him?
I remember the name, but I didn't know him.
Yes. Well, Well, he started this graduate department, and they moved here in the early 1950s. So prior to that, I'm sorry, I can't tell you all the things that have been here.
That's where we're going.
What was up on the second floor?
I don't remember that floor at all. This undoubtedly is the place where we came in.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, we're just touring the building. You want to go upstairs, or you want to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. How about let's walk on over to the Student Union to have lunch? Interesting architecture in this building.
Yes. Handrails were up here when I used to use it. The steps, I didn't need it then.
Yeah, I think it's best to go around here, I think.
It's very small.
Because I know, of course, the library.
It hardly looked like a campus.
Yeah. And then this building over here is is that the science building?
Yes.
Directly across the way?
I think so. I don't know whether it or that.
How many buildings were on campus?
Only about science hall and the library and the gymnasium were about the only things.
Where was the gymnasium?
It was back here somewhere. I don't know.
Was there anything west of the campus at that time? Just the gymnasium was east and that was it?
Yes, that was it.
Did they build this building, the administration building, while you were here?
I don't remember anything about it being built.
Mm-hmm. Trying to think. This is the student union here now. Is this where the gymnasium was?
It's about the same. It seems like it's about the same location.
I think this was built during or right after World War I.
Right after World War I would be.
Did they start on Monette Hall while you were here?
No. No, it hadn't been started. That's kind of a secret, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the student place?
Right, this is the student union.
I don't know what kind of a lunch you have here.
Well, we'll find out.
Is it cafeteria or no?
I think so, I'm not sure. Dr. Boyd's barn where you lived? What part of town was that in?
I don't know. It's real close to the university. Not very far from Science Hall.
Did he stay in Norman after he left the university?
He just stayed until they got a successor. And the successor arrived.
How come they fired him or relieved him?
It's a political proposition in Oklahoma. During my school year, I did.
Yeah. That's when Key West was here?
Yes. Key West played center on the team.
Did you go down to the Texas OU game?
No.
Never made that one.
No, we didn't.
How about the A&M game?
During the time when I was the editor of the paper, I attended all the football games. Football and baseball.
What about the A&M game? You attend all those?
Didn't go to any of them. Didn't go to any of them.
You didn't? And he was... Who was he? Was he in charge of the whole music department?
No, I don't think he was. I think they had a man who was in charge of music. And Hamburg had the Glee Club.
You say you were in the Glee Club?
Yes, I was in the Glee Club.
What'd you sing?
Well, we sang a lot of songs. One of them I remember was Lucky Jim.
Lucky Jim? What's it about?
Jim and I, as children, played together. Best of friends for many years were we. I had no luck, all things were against me. This is Jim. I had no luck, all things were against me. Jim, my chum, was lucky as could be. Then they sang, oh lucky Jim, how I envy him. And years rolled by, still Jim and I were comrades. He and I both loved the same sweet maid. She loved Jim and married him one evening. Jim was lucky, I unlucky stayed. And then the chorus again. Then years rolled on, and death took Jim away, boys. Left his widow, and she married me. Now we're married, oft I think of Jim, boys, sleeping in the churchyard peacefully. And oh lucky Jim, how I envy him. In that senior year, I had so many offices that I just couldn't handle any more. It seemed like I was president of the senior class, president of the Senate Literary Society, president of the YMCA and the president of something else. And then they were organizing that year. A few of the politically minded ones decided they wanted to organize a Woodrow Wilson Club. They came to me and asked if I would accept the presidency. I told them I had so much to do I didn't want to take on anything extra, and I couldn't spare any time to run a campaign. I thought if somebody were going to run for political office, he ought to conduct a campaign, and I didn't have time to do it. But if they wanted to elect me, why, I would serve.
This is the gymnasium. Was that here when you were here?
No.
So you didn't take on the Woodrow Wilson Club?
Yes, I took it on. They elected me president of it. And we held a mock convention that year. Elected Woodrow Wilson as the nominee for the coming party.
This is Lewis Stadium here. Owen Stadium, not Lewis Stadium. Lewis Stadium's at A&M.
Owen.
Did you know Benny Owen?
Yes, he was head of the athletic activities when I was here.
Did you participate in sports? What did you participate in?
Well, of course we had tumbling, lots of mat work and tumbling and things like that, and jumping. I didn't do very much. We had class exercises, dumbbells we used, and I got to swing the dumbbells. When I was a boy on the farm, I didn't learn to jump. I went to high school in Chandler, and I just simply could not jump. And lots of the boys were often playing leapfrog and things of that kind. I couldn't jump at all, so I didn't tell them that I couldn't, but I just didn't do it. But when I went home in the summer, down on the farm, I began to practice jumping. I got so I could take a standing jump 8 feet. And with weights, I could jump more than that. If I put weights in his hand, and swing them, and then as he goes forward, he throws those weights back, and that throws him forward a little bit farther. So I could go 9 or 10 feet with those. So one time I went to I didn't use my jumping then for a long time. One time I went to the little men, what was that junior chair? What is it they call it? The Scoutmaster.
Yeah.
Boy Scouts.
Okay.
I went to a Boy Scout meeting one time. Somebody suggested the hop, skip, and I think the Scoutmaster suggested they try the hop, skip, and jump. So I tried it, and they were very much surprised when I jumped about a foot farther than anybody else. Well, Norman's a big place compared to what it was when I lived here.
Mm-hmm.
If we get to go to a meeting a week from now, I think that one of those men can tell us where Dr. Boyd's house was, what street it was on, and whether the barn's still there or not. I expect that barn's been torn down. I have no idea.
How long did he live in that barn?
I lived there a year and a half.
How come he remodeled the barn?
Well, he did it while he was president, and it was fixed up for his chauffeur and assistant. So he fixed it up real nice. Put in a much better room than any room that any student would be living in a club. Charlie Steele was living there, and he expected to study law after a year or two, as soon as he could get ready for a law school. So when he did, he finally graduated and went to Mulgee, opened a law office, and stayed there all of his life. Died there. All the relatives went to Stillwater.
They did.
To school.
Mm-hmm.
I never did go there. Never did take part in any of their exercises. Never did like their school much. So I've never been in Stillwater since. Well, I was there. I've been. My father and mother were buried in Stillwater.
Yeah.
So I've been there to visit their graves. But that's the only times I've ever been in Stillwater. My wife's name was Ives.
Ives?
Earl Ives, Herbert Ives, Marshall Ives, Mel Ives, Opal Ives, all went to Stillwater to school.
What was the name of that drugstore where the students congregated?
Barber's Drugstore.
Barber's Drugstore?
Yeah. Barber's Drugstore, but the man's name wasn't Barber who owned it. I have his name written down at home, but I can't think of it right now. Don't remember much.
The last time you were in Guthrie was 1891?
1891, yes.
You haven't been there since?
Yes, I've been there I've been there recently. There's a man who lives in Oklahoma City who he's the brother of a woman in San Diego who was Eva's best friend, lived just across the street from us in San Diego, and she gave me his address and asked me to call him up. So I called him up and got acquainted with him. He came down and got me one day, and we went to a Masonic meeting up in Guthrie. And I told him his sister is the best friend of one of my friends there in San Diego, and she's his younger sister. She's 5 years younger than he is, I think. And I told him a story about a little girl in school who went home one day with her dress torn and her face dirty and her hair all mussed up. And her mother said, "Well, what in the world happened to you?" She said, "Oh, that little Bobby Jones called me a tomboy." She said, "What did you do?" "Well, I didn't do anything much. I just pushed him down and sat on his chest and poured sand in his mouth till he said I was a lady." So he told me that was just exactly like his sister, the one that I know up in San Diego. He said she was always a leader in everything. She was tall and she was strong, and he said if she couldn't get things settled any other way, well, she'd settle them with her fists.
When you started the university here, where did your parents live?
They lived on a farm 16 miles southeast of Chandler. Cotton farm.
So you came to Norman on the train?
Yes, I'd go to Oklahoma City and then change trains. Sometimes wait quite a while in Oklahoma City for a train to Norman. When A. Grant Evans was the president, he had a son who was in my class. His name was Ted Evans. And when I became editor of the Umpire, I chose Ted Evans as my assistant. And he was one of the best I ever had, the best I ever saw. And after he graduated, same year I did, 1912, he went to Oklahoma City and started working in as a reporter for the Daily Oklahoman. He stayed on there all the rest of his life. Became a famous executive in the company, a man that everybody looked up to. And we he wrote an article practically every day for the Daily Oklahoma. And a friend of mine told me that one time, way along, I don't know what year it was, but not many years ago, he wrote an article. He wrote a column about me. Said he'd always been sorry that he hadn't kept in touch with me. And I didn't know anything about it. I didn't see that. I wasn't taking the paper then. I didn't see it. A friend told me this, and by that time he was dead. But he was one of the finest fellows that I ever knew.
His name was Ted Evans.
How's that?
His name was Ted Evans.
Ted Evans.
What was Dr. Evans like?
He was a very likable fella. A little bit distant, but a nice fellow. He used to be in the educational work on the lecture course for a good many years before he became president of the university. And I had met him at a teachers' meeting down in Tulsa. My sister was a teacher and wanted to attend the Teachers Association, so I went with her. I had the meeting in Tulsa. Then when I got ready to go to the university, I was supposed to be a very timid, bashful sort of fellow, but I don't know what urged me to do it, but I saw President Evans standing at the booth buying a ticket. And so I went up and introduced myself. And he talked to me, talked very, very friendly, very nice, and said he was going to Norman himself, just going down there to take charge of the university. So I first met him that way.
How come Dr. Boyd was relieved? Was it Governor Haskell? Was he the one that relieved Dr. Boyd?
It was Governor Haskell who became the governor of Oklahoma. Of course, this was before the election, but anyhow, they removed all of the officers from every place because Oklahoma, they knew it was going to become a Democratic state, but they'd had the Republican administration before. My father, however, had always been a Democrat, or a populist, as they call some of them call them for a while, and I was the same because father was. So I was a Democrat but lived in a Republican state. I was well acquainted with J.B.A. Robertson, the Chandler.
Yeah.
What was he like?
Oh, he was a fine fella. I used to see him real often in the cafeteria in Oklahoma City. And anytime he'd see me there, why, he'd invite me to have lunch with him. So I had lunch with him in the cafeteria a good many times. He's a very nice fellow. Hoffman and Embry then were the leading lawyers in Chandler, too. I used to sweep their office at night when I was in high school. Seems to me like it was Iowa, but I'm not sure.
How long was he at the university?
Oh, I don't know that, but he was there a long time.
Do you remember when they built Monet Hall?
It is named for him anyhow.
Were you there when they built it?
No, it wasn't built when I was there.
So when you were there, the campus just consisted of what? The Carnegie Library? The Science Hall?
Science Hall, Carnegie Library, and
the gymnasium?
Slayfield Gymnasium.
And that was it?
That's it.
How many students at the university at that time?
How many what?
How many students?
I think in 1908 there were about 800. But by 1912 there were 12 or 1,500.
Did most of the students live in boarding houses?
Yes.
Who? Horizon?
Yeah. And I had practically new. Oh, that watch that used to sell for $1.
A watch?
A wristwatch.
Yeah.
Sold for $1. I forget. I knew the name of it a minute ago, but it's gone. But he swapped my good one and put an old one with the same brand in there, the same kind of a watch, but his was an old one. I soon found out something was wrong and tackled him about it, and he laughed and changed it, gave mine back to me.
What was he like?
Oh, he was a great big sort of fella, very funny. Liked to do things, liked to play jokes. But he was a nice fella.
He was from the Panhandle, wasn't he?
He was what?
Was he from the Panhandle?
I don't know. I don't know where he came from. from the university, which gave the names of all the graduates and all the classes up to that time. And I think I threw it away. I've been awfully sorry a lot of times since that I didn't keep it. I may find it in my records when I go back there, but I'm pretty sure I threw it in the wastebasket. Just because I had too much trash to save all of it. There's a mud hole right in front of the gym, or they had to drive through to get to the gym. My father knew that old Black could pull that load through there, regardless of anything that the other one would do. And the mule was a cagey young mule, about 3 years old. And when he got to that mud hole, he didn't want to go. My father brought the whip down into the small of his back, and he jumped. And the onlookers there all thought that the mule jumped in and helped pull the load across. He didn't know that the old black mare's stay chain was tight all the time when she was pulling the load.
Was this in Chandler?
No, that was down on the farm, southeast of Chandler.
Okay. Where was the gym?
It was 2 miles south of our house. Our house is on the section line of the township. And just 2 miles south was that cotton gin. Oplinger's cotton gin.
Oplinger?
Oplinger was the name of the man.
Did you know cotton man by the name of Forrest Knight?
How's it?
Did you know a cotton man by the name of Forrest Knight, Knipe?
No.
So he had several gins in the area.
There were lots of cotton gins in those days because there was so much cotton raised that ginning was a pretty good business.
Now, how exactly did that cotton gin work?
Well, it takes the cotton, the lint of the cotton off the seed. You see, cotton is a fluffy thing with a seed in every lock. What we call a lock of cotton has one seed in it. And then the cotton may be long grain or short grain. It may be long grain cotton or short grain cotton or any kind of grain cotton, but it's one seed in a lock. And the gin takes the lock, the lint off the seed.
How does it take the seed out? How does that work?
I don't know how it does it. Don't know that I ever did know, never did think about it. But anyhow, it gets it out, and so you have the cotton seed separate from the lint. And then they grind up the cotton seed to make food for stock.
How much cotton could a gin process in an hour?
Well, I think it usually took about an hour to gin a load, what we'd call a 1,600-pound load. All those farmers had a rack built on top of a wagon. It was about 3.5 feet high with standards, and they'd use one before boards and have them 1 inch apart, and take enough boards to make it up about 3.5 feet high, and then the driver would have to sit up on top of that load to drive his team. But now he could have an express seat, an old what they call it. I don't know why they call it an express seat, but it was a spring seat, a seat with springs on it. To set up there on top, he could have that if he wanted, or he'd sit on top of the load either way, and let his feet hang down over the end.
So that was 1,600 pounds of cotton?
Well, we always took 1,600 pounds. You could take any amount you wanted to a gin to get gin, but my father liked to have a bale that would weigh a little over 500 pounds. And in order to do that, he'd take 1,600 pounds in a load.
And he'd get 3 bales out of that.
Yeah, that'd make a bale.
Now, how does the gin process the cotton when you pull cotton? You know,
I don't know. That's since my day. They do it all by machinery now. It has the leaves in it and the dirt and everything.
But, you know, I've talked to people about when you pick cotton, you pick the boll out, or also you just snap cotton, just pull cotton. You pull the hull and everything.
Yeah, now they pull the bolls off and throw in the bolls, and the machinery does all the picking. But in my day, they didn't do it. We picked all our cotton and picked it clean, so there was not any leaves or dirt or trash in it at all.
How much could you pick in a day?
The best I ever picked was 253 pounds. But it was when I was in high school. I went home for a week when the school was shut down by some epidemic, measles or smallpox or something the school was afraid they were going to get. And they closed the school for a week, and I went home, and it happened to be nice weather. And my brother and sister, younger than I, were both picking cotton.
Is that Beulah?
My sister Beulah was 6.5 years old, and she was older than that. Let's see. In about 1903 or 4. She was born in 94, so she was about 10 years old. But she was a whale of a picker. She picked more than I did. And then my brother, older than her, Clark, picked more than Beulah. He got 156 in one day. And I got 153, and my sister got, she got more than I did, but a little less than Clark. My mother scolded Clark and Beulah for not giving me a chance to make a big day. I always carried Beulah's sack to the scales and weighed it for her, and Clark would carry his own sack, and then I'd go back and get my sack. And my mother thought that I should have been given a chance to get a big day myself, but anyhow, I didn't do it. I averaged 225 a day for that week.
That's pretty good, really.
That was pretty good picking. We worked from daylight till dark.
How many acres of cotton did you have?
Oh, we had about that year. I think I had about 20 acres.
Did you plow there on the farm too?
How's this?
Did you plow on the farm too?
Oh yes, yes, I plowed
With a walking plow?
different kinds. I used a walking plow for what they call a stirring plow, but one time my father had to go to Chandler to serve on the jury, and it was just the time to plant corn, and the ground had been what they call listed. You know what listed ground is, where they they have a lister is a plow that throws the dirt in both directions and leaves a furrow and makes a ridge. So between the rows there's a ridge and then a furrow, a ridge and a furrow, a ridge and a furrow. And he was just ready to split those ridges when he had to go to the jury. He left it in my charge. And so I worked a scheme that he never thought of. I put a rolling cutter on the lister down on the beam in front of the blades, and it was easy to hold keep the lister in the ridge by having that rolling cutter on there. And he never thought of that, but I did it and got along fine.
Did he use that then, after that?
I don't know whether he ever did or not. I suspect he did, because it was a lot easier. But I wasn't on the farm very much after that. I was in high school at the time, and I went on to high school and then went to the university, and I don't know much about farm work after I left.
Did Dr. Banowski sign your book?
Sign it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it's autographed. I have written about 100 pages, what I think would be 100 pages of print for a book. I'm writing a book, and that don't have any pictures in it at all. Now I notice his book, the book he gave to Beulah, is all pictures.
Yeah.
So
what's the topic of your book?
How's this?
What's the topic of your book?
Well, I haven't given it a topic yet, because I'm not supposed to have it finished till 1900. I mean, till 1986, when I have my 100th birthday in San Diego. Going to have a big party there then.
Is it just going to be an autobiography?
No. It's going to be I'll have the word memoirs in it. It's going to have memoirs of my history of the farm and farm work and so on down in southern Oklahoma. And then it's going to have a lot of Korea in it, because I spent a lot of years over there in Korea, 12 years. And it's going to have a lot of politics, a lot of the two-party system, explanation of the two-party system that we have in this country, and some other ideas that I have.
Will you talk about the University of Oklahoma?
How's it?
Will you talk about the University of Oklahoma?
Yes. Yes, I'll talk about the University of Oklahoma and about
Columbia?
anything else that I want to. The 4 years I was down at the University of Oklahoma was an important part of my life as far as that book's concerned. I think I told you, though, about my cousin who had to get his arm amputated. He got his arm cut off in the hay baler.
Yeah.
He said he's going to be there at that party. I'm going to give you an invitation, too, if you can come out.
Good, I'd like to.
I'd like to have you there. And I'll invite the president of the University of Oklahoma and anybody else from there who wants to come. My helper here in Oklahoma is Hugh Dean, and Dorothy Dean, Hugh's wife, was a graduate of the University of Oklahoma. But Hugh went to Stillwater. So practically all of Beulah's folks went to college over at Stillwater. But Hugh's wife went to the University of Oklahoma.
I went to OU.
I knew you did. Did you have a degree from there, do you?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll put a lot of university talk in the book.
You say you have about 100 pages so far?
Yeah, I have 100 pages of print, but if I put in some pictures and all the other things I want to put in, why it'll expand it a great deal.
You ought to put some photographs in.
Oh, I'll put in a lot of photographs. I have a whole lot of the stuff that I want to use in the book is back in Cleveland. That's where I have that's my home, and that's where I have my main file. So back there this summer, I'll give a lot of thought to the book and what I'm going to put in it. I'll expand it. Students to come there to board in the room.
You say you're the manager for a club at the boarding house?
Yes, and long the second semester, I felt like I needed a little money. I was getting short. I wasn't getting any money from my work there, just working and no money coming in. I decided I wanted a little money, so I went up to the university to see if I could get back my janitor job. Instead of that, they put me on the faculty. So I went up there to get a janitor job and ended up getting a faculty job, teaching economics.
Oh, what year was this?
That was my senior year.
Senior year.
The last half of my senior year.
What was your salary?
$20 a month. But that paid board and room.
Now, what were your duties in this club for the boarding house?
Well, my duties there were just to get students to live there at the boarding house, live and have a room there and live there. Some ate there didn't have a room there.
So you went out and solicited people for the.
How's this?
You went out and solicited people for the boarding house.
I knew all the students, of course.
Yeah.
At that time, and was well acquainted, and I also knew the people who ran the boarding house. There was a Mrs. Stevens, who they had a farm up on the Deep Fork, about 6 miles north of our farm there in Oklahoma.
Yeah. Did you work for all the boarding houses or just Mrs. Stevens?
Just Mrs. Stevens.
Just Mrs. Stevens. And you say you're a president of the senior class?
Yes, I was president of the senior class, president of the Senate Literary Society, president of the YMCA, and one other presidency. I had to forget what that was now. I was so busy that I didn't want to take on any more work. And did I tell you about becoming president of the Woodrow Wilson Club?
Yeah, you mentioned that.
I told them if they wanted to elect me, well, I'd serve, but I wouldn't conduct a campaign. So they elected me unanimously, and I had to serve.
What were your main duties as president of the senior class?
Well, there wasn't very much to do. I think we had 1 or 2 meetings.
Did you have to help organize like the commencement and the? Did you have a senior prom or a senior dance?
Well, we had the senior play. We put on a play, and
what was
the
it?
last week. Luca Lucas. No, my name was Luca Lucas. The play was Professor.
Professor.
Provisor. Provizor. The Provisor. The fellow who had been the year before that, I'd been the editor of the newspaper, and the fellow who had been the business manager of the newspaper was organizing this play. So we gave a play in Oklahoma City, one in Purcell, and one in Norman in the last week of school.
Who wrote the play?
I don't remember. Who wrote it. I have a program that probably tells.
And your name was Luca Lucas?
Luca Lucas. I was Luca Lucas. We gave one night of it in Purcell, Oklahoma, and then the next year, the following year, this was in the spring. Then in the fall, I went down there as principal of the high school in Purcell. I don't think it's very often that the first year a man just graduated from college got a principalship of a high school first year out of school. Didn't happen very often.
No. And you're principal at Purcell?
I was a principal.
How long were you there?
I only stayed 1 year. They offered me an increase in salary to stay on, but I was having malaria. I wanted to go to Colorado and get rid of it. I knew of lots of people who were going out there and gotten rid of their malaria. And I had a cousin living on a big ranch out there. So I went out there and spent 2 years.
What part of Colorado?
Well, in the summer vacations, I spent up at Palmer Lake, halfway between Colorado Springs and Denver. But in the winter, my work was in La Junta. Did I tell you about shooting the rabbit with a rifle?
I don't think so.
When I was there in La Junta, the man where I lived owned a hardware store. He wanted to, of course, he always wanted to sell a gun. So I never had a good rifle. I wanted a good rifle, so he bought one for me. A Savage 303. So when it came one Saturday morning, so that Saturday afternoon, I thought I'd take a walk out in the hills and take a look at the country and try out my gun. So I came up over a ridge and saw a rabbit sitting down there about 75 yards from me. So I lay down on the ground, took a careful sight, pulled the trigger. The first time I shot that gun, and the rabbit tumbled over. I got it right through the neck. So I took that, I went and got, I tried the gun then to see how far it would shoot. And I saw the dust rise about 2 miles away. So then I took my rabbit in my hand and started walking into town. And some boys in a truck overtook me. And they picked me up. And they thought it was a wonderful thing that first time I shot the gun, I killed a rabbit.
Where did you learn that reading of? Where did you learn the reading that you gave me about the baby and the shoe polish?
Well, I guess the name of it was The Black Baby.
Yeah, where'd you learn that?
That was in one of my mother's recitation books. And that book got lost. That is one of the readings that Beulah didn't learn. She never did learn that. She learned all the others, I think.
How many recitations do you remember right offhand?
Only two.
Only two. What's the other one?
The lightning rod dispenser.
Okay. That's the one about the beans? No.
That's about the lightning rods on the house. The lightning rods that carry the lightning down into the ground.
Did you recite that one for me?
I think I did.
Okay.
I can give it to you now if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
If the company is willing, I have a word or two to say of a lightning rod dispenser who came down on me one day. Oiled the order in his motion, sanctimonious in his mien, hands as white as any baby's, and a face unnatural clean. And I almost wish a razor had made red that white-skinned throat, and his new constructed necktie had composed a hangman's knot, ere he brought his sleek-trimmed carcass for my women folks to see, and his buzzsaw tongue a-running for to gouge a gash in me. It was getting toward the middle of a hungry summer day. There was dinner on the table, and I asked him would he stay. So he sat down among us, everlasting trim and neat, and asked a short, crisp blessing, almost good enough to eat. Then he fired up on the mercies of our everlasting friend, till he gave the Lord Almighty a good first-class recommend. And for that air thunder, no. Oh, yes. He was chiseling desolation through a piece of apple pie when he paused and gazed upon us with a tear in his off eye. And he said, "Oh, happy family, your joys, they make me sad. They all the time remind me of the dear ones once I had. A babe as sweet as this one, a wife almost as fair, a little girl with ringlets like that one over there. And had I not neglected the means within my way, then they might still be living and loving me today. One night there came a tempest. The thunder peals were dire. The clouds that marched above us were shooting bolts of fire. I, in my own house lying, was thinking to my blame how little I had guarded against those bolts of flame. When crash through roof and ceiling, the downtown part is about a mile from the university proper, and there wasn't much in that mile. It was prairie.
Did you know the McFarlands, about this McFarland Memorial Church? You know who that was?
No.
There's a big McFarland Methodist church here now, just not far from the university.
No, I didn't know anything about it.
You ever seen any big floods in the Canadian River while you were here?
No, I'm sure they had some, but I didn't think anything about them. It didn't concern me.
When you went to school here, how many buildings were on campus?
I don't know. Not many on the campus. All of my classes were in science hall, library was there, and the gymnasium. That's about all they had.
Yeah.
No, not very many. Dog was a teacher, I think.
Where did you grow up?
And over near Chandler, in Lincoln County, on a cotton farm.
Here's the newspaper article. He's class of 1970, Chandler High School.
Chandler High School, 07. Front row. Well, I picked you out correctly. I just looked at that and I said that must be he, and it is. Are any of these other folks still alive?
No.
You're the remaining member of 07, huh? May 26th. That's a fairly recent paper. So you still live over there?
No,
No, in Oklahoma City.
I live in Oklahoma City at the present time, just because my sister's up there in the Baptist Retirement Center.
Dr. Maxwell holds a law degree and PhD in economics.
You see, you have five degrees altogether.
Well, you got to feel all right about a guy that spent that much time in school.
In fact, you told me that you were principal at Purcell the year you graduated in 1912. High school principal.
My dad's junior high principal, or was before he retired.
Was it?
I said my dad was junior high principal before he retired, and I've taught public school some too. Back when I was working on my degree, I taught high school math, algebra, and so on.
Math was always one of my good subjects.
Well, I guess so. If you were in economics, it better have been.
There's some photographs we found. That's OU 1910, 1912. The OU football team.
Well, these are pretty good photos.
Yeah, they are.
Where in the world were these part of your collection? It says they're Ruby Ridge.
Rising.
No, they're not part of mine.
Now, you went to school with Dr. Rising, didn't you?
Yes, I remember Ryan. They had a good football team at that time.
Well, it looks like it's sold out, just like it still is. Right, me. Joe, are you kin to this? Are you a friend, or?
Just a friend. I'm the oral historian for the state. I carry
that's
the
right.
state communicate interviews.
That's right, I'd forgotten. I remember now what they had said. That was your role.
And I'm going to offer copies to Jack over in Western History.
Well, that's good, since so many people come to the Western History Collection. Good thing. Well, these are tremendous pictures. 1910. Somebody had a pretty good camera for those days.
They did. Dr. Rising was in pharmacy.
So many of the pictures taken during that period of time, are not very high quality, and these are.
There's only one it's really dark. You can't really tell what it is.
Carnegie Building. Carnegie and Old Science match the second administration building. You probably knew that. But I just found it out about 9 months ago that I'd always wondered why in the world Carnegie Yeah. Yeah.
That's
No, the first one had the big dome, was dark, and the second one has that brown sandstone, kind of like Carnegie and Science. Now, it may have had a dome too. I don't remember. It had big columns.
Yeah, okay.
It was more of a southern plantation kind of building. Yeah, there's the dark one. That was good. Well, what brings you to see me, Joe?
Brought Dr. Maxwell down to see the campus. Came down last year, I guess last week sometime. And we went to the Carnegie building last time. I taken the science hall this time. That's where all his classes were. The science hall.
And you're taping him, talking to him about various memories, kind of knocking out the cobwebs.
Yeah, we have, I think I have 5 hours on tape now of you talking about the farm, coming to the university. And you worked during the First World War in Washington?
Yes.
And what were your duties then?
I was statistician for the Bureau of Aircraft Production when the Army began to produce airplanes.
Mm-hmm. How long did you do that? Just through the war?
Just through the war. But I stayed in Washington then for 5 years after that and worked in other places.
And then you came back to Oklahoma?
I just came back to Oklahoma this year because my sister is up in Baking Manor.
Well, where had you been living?
Well, the last 18 winters I've been in San Diego, California.
That's a good
For a
place.
winter address. My home at first was in New York, and then it was in Connecticut, and then it was in Korea, and then it was.
Well, you moved around.
I've moved around. I've moved a lot of places.
Yeah, sounds like you have.
And are you 98 this year or 97?
I'm 96 right now. I'm nearer 97 than 96.
Well, that's tremendous.
And he's also writing a book. You say you have 100 pages so far?
I have 100 pages of print, and I haven't added to it all.
What kind of book is it? History or what?
No, I'm putting the word memoirs in it, but it'll have a lot of Korea in it, and it'll have a lot of economics, a lot of politics, a lot of statesmanship, a lot of things that I want to put in.
Yeah. Huh.
Lots about the University of Oklahoma.
Good, I hope.
It'll all be good.
Good.
In fact, you said you lived in Dr. Boyd's barn, didn't you?
Yeah, I lived in Dr. Boyd's barn, up in the second story of his barn for a year, about half a year.
Is that right? What'd you have to stay warm?
This thing was, oh, that was, it was fixed up fine.
Oh, it
You'd
was?
be surprised. It was better than any, that's the reason I went in there. It was a better room than the students had out in boarding houses and places where the students lived. Dr. Boyd had put in he first cut off the front of it and made an overrun library there, put his overflow library in there, and then he made a room back of that, and it was large, and he put in running water and electric lights, and had it fixed up so it was just a wonderful room. And Charlie Steele was living there at the time. He was a prep school, what they call the University Prep School, and he expected to study law, and did study law when the time came for him to get in 2 years later. But I got acquainted with him and liked the barn, liked that room up there. It was a nice place, so I moved over there after the first half of the year. I was dishwasher at a boarding house for a half a year to help pay my expenses. And then I went over there and lived in that place and worked I worked as a janitor at the library. He got a chance to get a job over there to work in the library at night as a janitor, and we needed one more, so I went with him.
You were the one more, huh?
We worked there a year and a half.
Is he here? Okay.
Yeah, I know you're busy.
Well, yeah, Monday there often comes up all these things that just sort of surprise you. So you're gonna go over and look at one of the other buildings?
Yeah, the old science hall right here.
Okay.
And
It's one of them we haven't renovated in a while. We're trying to decide how to use it.
what's in there now?
Well, on the bottom floor there's the math tutorial where people that take math courses self-paced, and then up at the top there's a little theater. There's a little summer theater up there, so it'll be interesting.
Is the building open?
Yeah, should be. Should be. Yeah. So good. I'm glad you're gonna go over there.
At the end of the second year, I was elected editor of the Umpire. I was editor
Is that the school paper?
of the school paper.
The Umpire.
The Umpire. I was editor of that for a year, and in the senior year, I was head of a boarding house. I was getting boarders and rooms for a house, but I didn't get any cash out of that, and I won the last half of the year. I won a little cash, and so I went up to the university to see if I could get my old job back as a janitor. Instead of that, they made me a member of the faculty and put me on a teaching a class, economics,
What'd you get paid for teaching that class?
$20 a month.
President of the senior class.
That was a hard $20, wasn't it? That was
It
$20.
looked big to me.
Yeah. I bet so.
Well, that would be an interesting place to spend time. Well, now, then you subsequently went on and what were you involved in?
Well, I went, after that time, I went to New York. I was in Standard & Poor's for 12 years. And then I went to Korea. I was over there for 3 years till the war began. And then, when the war began, I went back to New York the 19th of December. Spent Christmas in New York at the time, and then the Office of Price Stabilization was being organized, and I went down to Washington and applied for a place in that, and got in there about the 1st of March as petroleum economist for the Wall Street Division.
Well,
The petroleum division.
did you work with Galbraith at all? John Kenneth Galbraith, did you work with Galbraith at all?
No,
I know he was involved with OPA just a little bit at the beginning of the war.
I didn't know him then. I knew of him, of course, and very little about him.
I think that's the wrong war.
You're talking about World War I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Galbraith was involved in World War II.
Yeah. In fact, Dr. Maxwell was working on Wall Street when it crashed.
Quite an experience, wasn't it?
I was working for Standard Statistics Company, which became Standard & Poor's Corporation, and I worked there 12 years. Then went down to Wall Street, and Standard & Poor's got in a kind of, well, it was still Standard Statistics just before Poor's bought it. It got in a kind of a pinch, laid off all the older persons there, and the higher priced ones, and tried to save just as much money as possible. And so I was let out in 1912. No, I don't mean 1912. I mean 1930. Can't think now just what year it was.
Well, did you go to work for them right after you finished college?
No, after I finished.
That is your first.
See, I graduated here in 1920. And I spent my summer vacations out in Palmer Lake, Colorado, on a big ranch. My cousin owned out there. And
When did you go to Columbia?
1915.
And you were there for 3 or 4 years.
I was there 3 years.
So you graduated in 1918 then?
1918. And just when I graduated, the War Department in Washington sent a man up to New York to find a statistician to have charge of the statistics in their Bureau of Aircraft Production. And they were just starting the Bureau of Aircraft Production, and the president of the university referred him to Edwin R.A. Sedgwick, who was head of the economics department. He recommended me for the job. And they wanted me to be there the next morning. Started immediately on that work. So I just had to drop everything and get on the train and go to Washington. My wife followed me down there later, like 2 or 3 weeks later after she finished up things in New York.
And you worked for them how long then?
I worked for them till the war ended, but in the meantime, just before it ended, I knew that it was going out of existence as soon as it could. They didn't want to continue making airplanes after the war stopped. And so well, I was walking on the street one day and met Wesley Mitchell, who was one of the teachers up at Columbia, and he was down there as an editor for war industry. He said they had a lot of things over there they wanted to finish up, and he'd like for me to go over there and help finish it. I went over there and did research work and wrote a lot of statistical reports for them, and then I went to the World Trade Board. And went to the Bureau of Shipping, all the time finishing up things that were in progress. And I went to the Tariff Commission and got a permanent job there as the Tariff Commission. And did research work there in economics.
Well then, when did you go to Korea?
1947.
In 1947. So this was all after that.
Dr. Maxwell, I'm going to leave. So you have a good time, all right?
Thank you
Nice
very
meeting
much
you.
for all the
Nice meeting you. Bye-bye.
So, when did you leave government work then and go to Wall Street?
government until 1915. I went to Columbia University
means that you left there by 1924 or 25.
It was in 1925, I think. That, no, 19, 1925, dissertation was published in book form, which was dissertation for my PhD degree. H.W. Wilson Company published 500 copies of it. And, of course, they're scattered around all over the country in the libraries and so on.
Well, that means that you must have been on Wall Street then. You went on at 25, Standard & Poor's.
I just have no information on that.
Which means that you...
We went to Standard & Poor's in 1920.
Right here. And I've seen a drawing. Many years ago.
I've been in,
I think it was done maybe
war
the same
industry.
time this was done, but it shows the
That research organization there in Park Avenue.
administration building, and then there are buildings on both sides, and then tied in with the library, so you have kind of a quadrangle.
I was there a year. And then got a
But that probably
chance to
came
go to
out later. That
Statistics
drawing
Company,
had to have been done.
where I worked entirely on investment.
I don't know what precipitated
So it
this,
took that.
this style of architecture.
I went 2 years at Oklahoma State, 64.
We stayed there 12 years.
Got transferred here.
Stayed there, so you went there in 28. That means that you stayed there until close to World War II, didn't you?
No, you were
Yes,
the state
getting pretty close to World War II.
society.
I was in New York again working on World War II.
Well, that's great. How long have you been with them?
I started with him in 70. I worked with him 6 years, and I moved to Texas for 7 years.
Do you remember how long you've been back?
Since October last year.
Oh, he would have died just before you got here, but I worked close with a man named John Morris, a geographer here over the years, and did a lot of Oklahoma history. His first town built.
Yeah, I was like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of his work was done in that period.
Was Monette here when you were here?
But he died in September
Yes.
last year.
He was here, they hadn't built the building. But
I say he
here
was a wealth of
as a
information.
teacher of
about
law.
everything in the state. He probably knew it better than anybody that I've ever known. And, knew lots of people out around the state. These are names. Why would you?
Now, she has some more, I understand, this Ruby Rankin.
Yes, end of 45, early 46.
Yeah.
And T.E. Thompson was manager of Norman at the time, and he made arrangements for the city to acquire the right-of-way if we would not contest the closing of the interurban. The city would receive the right-of-way out to the north edge of town, out to about Robinson Street. And then the rest of the right-of-way, I think, went to the highway department so that they could build a portion of Interstate 35.
When did they put the Navy base in out here?
Oh, that was built in early in 1942. Construction started on it, and both the south and the north banks.
Why'd they pick Norman?
The number of hours of sunshine per year, and I'm sure it had to do with the senators there. But the university owned a big piece of land out there that was ideal for flight training. And we had an airport. The university had an airport at the site of the North Banks. And I worked for the physical plant when I came to school, I got a job working for the physical plant and helped them move the old hangar way out to West Norman so that they could have room to, so they could start the Navy base out there.
Well, why'd they close it?
Didn't need it after the war. You see, they closed it, reopened it for a short period of time during the Korean War, and then closed it down permanently. There was no reason. They didn't plan it as a permanent installation.
Yeah.
It was planned simply as a temporary installation for the training of people. See, the Navy's had its major training facilities in places like San Diego and Great Lakes Naval Training Station, north of Evanston, and Jacksonville, and it relies upon those. So the university acquired the North Campus area and has operated it as a university airport. And then the South Campus area was divided into what we call the South Campus, the South NATTC. Is at one time, most of it was purchased by Martin Marietta, but the university is going to end up owning most of it. The University Golf Course is located out there, and the city has a big part that it received in the division of lands. The base was done away with.
Well, you about ready to go, Dr. Maxwell?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you come by and see the old place. It's been here a long time.
I'm glad to see it. It certainly makes a difference.
Home is in Cleveland, Ohio.
Now this was the old.
Who was he? What did he do?
Was he the Greek teacher?
I'm not sure. And this is Elm Street here. Is this where Dr. Boyd lived? Had his barn?
Well, it was near Science Hall on Elm Street. We're not anywhere close to Science Hall, are we?
It's right. Science Hall is right there. That's Science Hall. So, along in here is where Dr. Boyd's barn was?
Yeah, along here somewhere. It's fairly close to Science Hall. I suppose the house and the barn are both gone.
I didn't see a barn.
May 2nd. May 2nd, 1983. This is Joe Todd. Interview with Lloyd Maxwell. Yeah, there, it's working. Yeah, Risen. Last name is Risen. I don't remember his first name.
When was he there? Was he in my class?
These photographs were taken in 1910, 1909, 1910. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not sure what class he was in.
I'm not sure either, but I know the name. I know there's a Risen.
Now, this looks like it's the administration building at the end of the street.
It probably is, but I'm not really sure. My eyesight isn't so good as yours probably is. You think that building down there?
I think so, yeah. How well do you know Mr. Risen?
Well, I don't know him at all. I just remember his name.
Yeah.
I don't believe I don't seem to recall much about him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was just a standard photo of the administration building, I guess, down that street. Tell me about this.
Is that what they call the spoon holder?
That's what I think so.
I don't know how it originated, but I know it was there. Fellas and their girls used to sit out there. I don't remember ever sitting out there till after I was married. I don't think I ever sat out there with my girl. I didn't have any special girl when I was in university. I was working my own way through and was so busy that I didn't have time for very much fooling around.
Is that what that was for? The spoon holder for people to sit in?
Yes, that's what it was for.
Did they sit there in the daytime or at night, or both?
Oh, both. Anytime they wanted to, but I suppose night would be a better time. I don't recognize any of the fellas there, but they may have been in the university at the same time I was, however. That looks like a wintertime picture.
Yeah, there's snow on the ground.
Lots of snow.
Yeah. Now that's a photograph of that's the drugstore in Hooker. I'm sorry. I didn't know that picture was in there.
No, I wouldn't know that, man.
That's what they call Old Trusty.
Is that a gun?
Yeah, it's a cannon.
Cannon?
You familiar with that?
Well, I used to see old cannons of that kind, but I don't remember one there at the University of Oklahoma.
That's one that was in the engineering department. They used to shoot it off every St. Patrick's Day.
What day?
Every St. Patrick's Day they used to shoot this cannon off.
I wasn't in the engineering department, and so I probably never saw it unless they had it outside on St. Patrick's Day.
Mm-hmm.
St. Patrick's Day didn't mean anything special to me. I think I used to wear a green tie just because other folks did. Well, this looks more like it's old.
It's an oil well. It's a gusher, but we don't know where. Were there many of these wooden derricks around Norman?
Not so many around Norman.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of them around Oklahoma City. I don't remember. Is this one said to be at Norman?
No, we have no information on it.
I don't know where that was, or where it is. Here's another
That's
one.
just another view of it.
Another view of the same thing. What do we have here?
This is Monette Hall.
Monette Hall.
When it was being built.
That's the moon over there.
You know what this building is behind it?
Monette Hall. Well, this says Old Science Hall.
Oh, okay.
And Science Hall was there when I was there. That was the first building, the first big building they had, I think, at the university.
Mm-hmm.
That was built back in Dr. Boyd's time.
Mm-hmm.
I guess when they first started the university.
Yeah.
And there's another Monette Hall. This looks more familiar. That's the Old Science Hall. Monette Hall was a low building.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, I remember when Dean Monette was the acting president of the university.
What was he like, Dean Monette?
Well, he's a very nice fella. I was complimented very much one time when he asked my opinion of Chester Reed's. That there was a football player there in the university, Artie Reed's,
mm-hmm.
and Chester was his brother. And Chester he was not an athletic fellow at all, but he had applied for a job as a teacher, a professor in the university.
Mm-hmm.
And Dean Monette called me in and asked me my opinion of him because I had worked with him in geology. I always liked Dean Monette very much. He stayed there quite a long time.
He did.
What's this? Carnegie. Your college building, north.
That's the Carnegie Library.
Oh, that's the library. Yeah.
Looks like they're doing some construction over in this
part where the administration building would be.
Mm-hmm.
When they build the administration building?
That must have been built either in my junior or senior year. $1911 or $1912, somewhere in that neighborhood. I used to be one of the janitors in that building.
Oh, the Carnegie Library?
The Carnegie Library.
What were your duties?
It is night work entirely. Then after classes would be out, it's supposed to be everyone's supposed to be out of there at 5 o'clock. And then Charlie Steele and I were the two night janitors. We'd go in there and we had our work divided up. But we both worked in there. I was janitor there for about a year. Year and a half. Funny thing, that was at the last half of my freshman year and my sophomore year. Then my junior year, I was editor of the college newspaper and got $20 a month for that work. That paid my board and room. Yeah. $10 for board and $10 for room. And so that was all right for that year. Then the next year, I was manager of a club. There were lots of boarding house clubs there. And there was a woman named Stevens, Mrs. Stevens, was running one in my senior year, and she asked me to live at her house and manage, because I knew so many students, to get students for boarders. So I was living there in my senior year. And long about the end of the year, about January, I guess the first, in December, January, I decided I needed a little extra change. I didn't get any money for my work I did there, and I wanted a little money, so I went up to the university and applied inquired about janitorship. I thought maybe I could get in again as janitor. And the treasurer of the university here at Newby told me that no, there wasn't any chance at all to get that. The men were all signed up for it and taken care of, but he said they had something else in mind for me, and he was just going to see me. He said that one of the professor of economics, George Smith, had resigned at the middle of the year and was going to Ithaca, New York, to teach. And so he had two economics classes. One was labor problems and one was money and banking. And he said they decided they were going to give me one of those be a member of the faculty. So I went up and applied for a janitorship and got a faculty job. And I think they paid me $20 a month for that, and they said I could have my choice of either labor problems or money and banking. So I chose labor problems. And so they had a textbook. It was principally textbook work, and the class were principally freshmen. Mm-hmm. So I lectured once a week. 2 hour lecture course. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Was it once a week or was it oftener? I'm not sure. Later on, I lectured once a week in New York University, but this may have been 3 times a week. I suspect it was. Because college freshmen, they'd have a class either 3 times a week or 5 times a week. So it was either every day or 3 times a week that I had that.
You said you were a club manager?
Yes.
What'd you do as club manager?
Just getting students to live at that club and take their meals there.
So a boarding house is called a club?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
A boarding house.
Were there fraternities on campus then?
What's that?
Were there fraternities at OU at that time?
Yes. Yes, they had fraternities. I joined one of them in my senior year.
Which one?
Sigma Chi.
Mm-hmm.
But I did it with the understanding that I wouldn't live in the fraternity house because I wanted to keep on where I was, and I didn't want to live in the fraternity house anyhow because there's too much frolicking going on to suit me. Old Science Hall. North Oval, so that's the Science Hall. I remember in 1908, when I went to the university as a freshman, the first morning I was there, I was taking a walk, and I overtook a fellow who was walking along. He seemed to be a friendly fellow, and he began to talk to me. He asked if I was a freshman. I guess he could tell I was. And I said yes. I asked if he was in the freshman class. He said no, he'd been there for some little time. He didn't tell me how much time. But I found out afterwards he was a member of the faculty, the chemistry professor, Guy Williams. He looked young, and he was relatively young, but he'd graduated there at the university and had been appointed as a chemistry professor. This looks like Science Hall too.
Yeah, I think that's what it says.
Old Science Hall. There's snow on the ground. What do they have here? Old Science Hall again. Administration building from the North Oval.
Yeah, here's a spoon holder right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was quite an addition when they got that science hall, or administration building. What is it,
Downtown Norman.
Oh, downtown.
Street scene.
Downtown Norman street scene.
This says drugs and books. There's a lot of people there for some reason.
Well, they're probably the students on some occasion. The drugstore was a very noted hangout for students there.
This says Barbers.
Oh, Barber's Drugstore.
Mm-hmm. Where was that? Was that what they call Campus Corner? Or was that downtown?
This is downtown.
Mm-hmm.
This is downtown. and was a very, Barber's drugstore was a very noted place. So they'd either be hanging out in the drugstore or in the bookstore.
So there's two separate buildings then that were...
They were separate buildings. That looks like a familiar crowd there. Looking north from Administration Building over North Oval toward town. And these are residences.
Yeah, I guess that's Norman.
That's Norman. What's this first word?
That's Carnegie.
Carnegie and Old Science Hall. Carnegie Library.
What's this? Oh, that's the tennis court. The tennis game going on.
Mm-hmm. I never did play tennis. Dean Manette was a great tennis player.
He was.
Tennis courts again.
I guess that's a track team.
Track meet.
Yeah.
Track meet thing. The university used to hold county track meets.
Is this an Owen Field, Owen Stadium?
It must be. That's where they had the track meet.
Mm-hmm.
Norman Drake. This is the racetrack. But I guess the races were foot races. There's another for the hurdle races.
Mm-hmm.
Football.
Was football big at the university back then?
Yes, they had a very famous football team at that time. I think that was in Billy Owens. Let's see. Was his name Billy? It wasn't Billy. A fellow named Owens was the head coach.
Yeah, Benny?
Benny Owens. Claude Reeds was one of the players. Claude Reeds. Let's see. Yeah, it's a good picture.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a skinny dipping party.
Yes, I suppose that's down on the river.
Which river would that be?
Isn't it the Canadian?
That's the Canadian, or someone mentioned that could be down like on Honey Creek near Turner Falls, or even down by Davis, where Platte National Park is now. I don't know.
I'm not sure. They don't look quite like Canadian River. I wonder if that's the Washita River. Down in the Arbuckle Mountains.
Where'd y'all go swimming when? Or did you ever go swimming with them?
I never did go swimming with any group except one time. One weekend, I went with the boys down on Canadian River. I didn't swim, but they went swimming. A lot of them went diving in there, and had a great lot of fun.
There are many areas that look like a Canadian. Look like that.
No, I don't seem to me that either one of them looks like Canadian River. I think probably this is down in the Washita River, down in the Arbuckle Mountains.
Now, there's one waterfall called Little Niagara. Could that be it?
Little Niagara would be Turner Falls, I suppose. They had Turner Falls down there in the Arbuckle Mountains. I think that's Turner Falls. I think all of those are down in the Arbuckle Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who they are.
I don't know. Do you recognize any of them?
I don't seem to.
Is that about the way you dress to go to classes each day?
I think so. I usually wore a jacket, but that is to classes, and this was the gymnasium class. Those look like students, all right, but I don't.
All three of them do.
Yes, I can't
There's
remember.
another one on the river. And that one too is on the river.
This fellow's getting ready to jump in. Well, I think this must be both of them down in the Arbuckle Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
My brother has a ranch down in the Arbuckle Mountains, but he's farther south than this, clear down in Tishomingo, in the Tishomingo area. But this must be down where the geology people used to go down.
Yeah.
There.
Did you have military training at the university?
I don't think they had when I was there.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out what that picture would be. Those tents and everything and the flag flying.
Well, it would look like military training, but I don't remember it in my day at the university.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't recognize the person. It could be any place.
Look, he's on the track team or something.
Yeah, it looks like he could be a track team man, all right. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these men look old enough to be professors, but I don't know who they are or where.
That one's awful dark. That looks like a streetcar in there.
Yes, it doesn't mean anything to me. I can't identify anybody there.
Of course, what's interesting are these shingles up in the gable. They're alternate rows of light and dark colors. You recognize the house?
No. I don't seem to recognize it. Ice. Well, they could be students at the university, but I don't know them.
Is that the way the women dressed at the university?
I think that's typical.
Yeah. That man on horseback looks like he's Indian.
He could be. We had a lot of Indians in the university.
Did a lot of them have the horses with them?
I don't remember any horses. They probably had horses at home.
Mm-hmm.
The man who played center on our football team was an Indian, Key West, I think. He was a big, heavy fellow, weighed about 250 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Could that be him?
It could be. Could very well be, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's another here somewhere. There he is again, pulling a rope.
Mm-hmm. There he had a rope. Looks a little like Will Rogers.
Yeah.
Will Rogers used to twirl a rope like that.
Yeah, he did. That was not a good photograph. I think it's a double exposure.
Two people there, but I don't recognize anybody. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if I recognize anyone there.
Yeah.
Those could be faculty members. But I don't think I recognize any of them.
Yeah, 6 of them in that one. Those two are in the snow in shorts.
Well, they enjoy it more than I would, but I don't know who they are. I suspect that's about the way the women dressed. They could dress that way at that time.
Look like they're big bloomers.
Yes.
And this photograph looks like a bunch of women. But the two on the end and the one in the middle are men dressed up as women.
This one and
the one on the other end,
each end.
and then the one in the middle.
They're all men.
But you can see the pants below the dress.
Well, that wouldn't. Nowadays, that wouldn't mean anything, but it would then, I suppose.
So you can tell by the faces too.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't look like women.
Seems like I remember those two faces in the university, but I don't know who they are. I don't know that one.
Yeah.
I don't know though.
Mm-hmm.
Are they under a tent there?
There's a tent there. Looks like maybe part of the military bivouac, but if they had military training.
I don't know about that picture.
That looks like a gazebo.
What?
Are they in a gazebo there?
I don't know.
Was there a gazebo on the campus?
A what?
Was there a gazebo on the campus?
Gazebo?
Gazebo. Like a small bandstand? It's kind of an octagon-shaped building with no sides. Just has a roof on it.
I don't remember it. I don't remember about that at all. No, I don't know anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
There must have been pennants at one of one of the class meets.
Mm-hmm.
Depends from various counties, but I don't know
Yeah.
any of them. I don't know what he's doing there. He's
Throwing the discus.
throwing a discus. Oh yes, that's the discus. Well, they used to have a discus thrower in those county meets, but I don't know when that was or where.
That's an unusual picture.
Sure is. I can't tell who it is or what he's meant to represent.
Well, that's all of them. Do you have any old pictures when you went to the university?
Yes, I think I have a few.
Are they here or somewhere else?
But they'd be most of them would be in Cleveland.
That looks like Monet Hall there.
Mm-hmm. I think it is. That's a picture that my wife sent me one time. It's a view 8:30 in the morning as one cuts diagonally across the campus. Shortest line from the varsity shop to the buildings. I guess that's what it is. Science Hall. That's the whole picture of Science Hall.
That oil well, could that be the one that was blowing?
I don't know. That's Oklahoma City, I think.
Taken on the Wheeler farm. Where's the Wheeler farm?
Well, that was down in Creek County somewhere near Drum Rides. This is the Kodak taken on the Wheeler farm. We were investigating a new derrick, and then a good site was brought in there. That don't tell anything, it's just a picture. I don't know where it was taken.
I think it's a fire of some sort, of explosion.
Here's another one about the same time.
I think it's an oil pond fire. Have a sludge pond on fire, looks like. That black billowing smoke.
These are later pictures. Well, that's about the time I left the university, just a year after I left, I think. Mm-hmm. But this girl is the one that I married. She was a freshman in the university the year I was a senior, and I was gone. This is the following year after I was in the university. Those are more of the ones that were in the university the year after I was there.
Mm-hmm.
That was a year or so after I graduated. This was a lot later. This was a picture taken on top of Pikes Peak. I took the picture. That's my cousin and a friend of hers.
Yeah.
That are standing on the top of Pikes Peak. That's my father and my youngest brother and Carney, I guess. That's Carney Dean, Beulah's husband.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to see something of the time of the university, didn't you?
Oh, or any old family photographs you have. Where'd your father live?
He lived on a farm down in. This is my father and my father's brother, my uncle's home. Our farm was 16 miles southeast of Chandler.
What was your father's name?
John Hartley Maxwell. Hartley was his mother's name.
What was your brother's name?
Thomas T.W. Thomas something.
And what was Mr. Dean's first name?
Carney.
Carney. C-A-R-N-I-E?
C-A-R-N-E-Y. This should have been my grandmother, but we always called her Aunt Chat. My real grandmother, my grandfather's wife, died when I was about 2 years old or less. I don't remember her at all. Mm-hmm. Then he lived as a bachelor for quite a number of years. Then he married a woman that took her place, but we always called her Aunt instead of grandmother.
Huh.
Aunt Chat. Charity. Charity was her name, and this is her sister. She lived in Los Angeles, and that's a friend of theirs. I don't know. I don't know her at all. This don't mean anything. Oh, here's one I was looking for. No, it isn't. It isn't what I thought. That's a picture of Beulah when she was just about, I guess, just through high school.
Before the university?
Yes, before the university.
How you spell Beulah?
Beulah.
That's a good picture.
I have another one in an envelope that's about like that I was looking for, and I haven't found it yet. That's my picture when I was in La Junta, La Junta, Colorado. Oh, did I have 2 cards in one there, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, that's one Beulah wrote for me one time.
1911. When did you go to La Junta?
1913. That's my mother and father and Beulah and Ross, my youngest brother.
What was your mother's name?
Emma L. Voorhees. There I am. In the country school down in Oklahoma on the farm.
Where is that school?
That is a district school. This is a teacher. She had all those students in eight different grades out in one of those country schools.
What was the teacher's name?
Josie Roseberry.
Is Beulah in that picture?
No, Beulah isn't here. I don't think Beulah had started the school then. See, Beulah was born in 94. This was about that time. That don't tell the year, does it? Does that have a date on it?
It says District 85, and has a teacher's name.
Mm-hmm. Is Roseberry?
Yeah.
R-O-S-E-B-E-R-R-Y.
Mm-hmm.
Josie Roseberry. And do I have anything on the back? No. I think
Was this close to Chandler?
this is yes. It's 16 miles from here. That's my sister, Mabel. And then there's a picture of Carl, and Carl was another brother.
You know about what year that was taken? Was that taken about 95, 96?
95. Let's see. Yeah, 95 or 96. Do you want that one?
Yeah, I'd like to get a copy of this one too, if we could.
Oh, look at that. Up on the top.
Oh, thank you.